Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Ko Premanande Namashrishtam Manamapi Shachi Putra Matra Sarupam Shri Rupam Tasya Grajam Aruparim Maturim Goshtavatim Radha Kundam Girivaramoho Radhika Madhavasham Prapto Yasya Pratita Kripaya Shri Gurum Dhanatosmi He Guru Gyanadadi Nabando Swanandanata Korunaika Sindho Vrindavana Sinahitavata Prasida Radha Pranaya Prachara Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevalabha Kati Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevalabha Kati Sadma Bandho Muisavadhana Mate Bandho Muisavadhana Mate Jahara prashare bhai bhavato riyaja Jahara prashare bhai bhavato riyajai Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoite Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoite Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitte Teko Riya Aikya. Anakori ho mane asha. Anakori ho mane asha. Shri Guru Charane Rati Sheu Tamagati. Shri Guru Charane Rati Sheu Tamagati. Jiprashade Pure Sarva Asha. Jiprashade Pure Sarva Asha. Chakudan dilo je, janme janme Prabhu she. Chakudan dilo je, janme janme Prabhu she. Divya gyan re prakashita. Divya Gyan Hre Prakashita. Prema Bhakti Ja Hoite Abhija Vinasa Jate. Prema Bhakti Ja Hoite Abhija Vinasa Jate. Vede Gai Jahara Charita. Vede Gai Jahara Charita. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Lokana Lokera Jivana. Lokana Lokera Jivana. Ha Prabhu Kora Doya De Amore Para Chaya. Ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deha More Pada Chaya Ebe Jashku Shikte Bhavana Ebe Jashku Shikte Bhavana Ha Prabhu Kora Doya Te Amore Pada Chaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Paschatari Shatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jeev jago, Gaura Chandra bole. Kota nidra jao maya, Pishachira kole. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bhaji baboliya eshe Sangsara bhitare. Bhuliya rohile tumi abhijar bare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Tomare loite ami Hoinu avatara. Ami bina bandhu aro ke ache tomara. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Enechia Shaudi Maya Nashibaro lagi. Harina Mahamantra Lautu mi magi. Harina Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thakur Bhakti Vinoda Prabhu Charane Puriya Shri Nama Mantra Loelo Magia Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Go Premanande.
Jai Vishnupad Paramahansa Paribhajikacharya Ashtatara Satasri Srimad His Divine Grace ISKCON Founder Acharya Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Vishnupad Paramahansa Paribhajikacharya Ashtatara Satasri Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Sakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Braj Bhumi Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Ganga Yamuna Mai Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Tulsi Maharani Ki ISKCON Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Prem Dhan Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Nitai Go Premanande. Oh glorious to the assembled devotees. Oh glorious to the assembled devotees. Oh glorious to the assembled devotees. Glorious to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga.
Hare Krishna. Thank you all for coming. Please take your seats. The cushions are at the back, and we can sit facing this way. Yeah, no, you can put cushions. Yeah, maybe. So, yeah, you can say left and right. Left side can be Mataji's. Mataji's on this side and Prabhuji's on that side. Where do you want the speaker to stand? Stand? They can sit here. The cushion cover. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Matitoma. Hare Krishna, sorry, it's been quite some time since I came to the temple. I forgot the order in which devotees sit. Already போட்டதான் அது.
தெரியுமா?
Hare Krishna. We welcome all of you for this auspicious occasion of the Vyasapuja of His Holiness Indradyumna Swami Maharaj. Hare Krishna. We all come from various parts of North America. Welcome to ISKCON of Silicon Valley here. It was great to receive all of you in the ISV style morning program here. Actually, it's a much longer program, but we have to shorten it today. For those of you who may be living in a cave in some forest and may not know about Indradyumna Maharaj, so I'll read the official introduction. His Holiness Indradyumna Swami Maharaj is a disciple of A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, founder of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, a sannyasi, traveling monk, and a guru or spiritual teacher in the Chaitanya Vaishnava spiritual tradition of India. Each year, Indradyumna Swami Maharaj circles the globe, spreading spiritual teaching of the message of the Bhagavad Gita and introducing people to Kirtan and chanting. His yearly activities culminate in coordinating the annual Summer Festival of India tour on the Polish Baltic Sea coast from June to September, which includes the Woodstock Festival, which is attended by millions of people. He also often leads pilgrimages to Krishna's holy land Vrindavan in North India during the sacred month of Kartik. Indradyumna Maharaj shares his experiences and realizations as a traveling preacher in a journal, The Diary of a Traveling Monk. Following the instruction of his spiritual master to preach boldly and have faith in the holy names, Indradyumna Swami left the USA in 1972, journeying to Europe, where he helped open new centers in France, Italy, Switzerland, and Belgium. In 1979, at age 29, he took a vow of lifelong dedication to missionary activities as a celibate monk and entered the renounced order of sannyas as Indradyumna Swami Maharaj. In the same year, he founded a traveling festival group that toured all over France, sharing India's spiritual teachings and cultural traditions of music, dance, and food. In the early 80s, he served as the temple president at the New Mayapur Chateau temple and farm near France. In 86, Indradyumna Swami Maharaj has been traveling and spreading spiritual teachings throughout the world, including the Amazon jungle, the Zulu tribal areas and Soweto township in South Africa, the tropical islands of Mauritius, and the snows of Eastern Europe and Russia. By founding the highly successful annual Rath Yatra festival on the Durban beachfront in 1989, Indradyumna Swami Maharaj fulfilled a request made by his spiritual master Srila Prabhupada in 1975. On occasion, Indradyumna Swami and his party have faced attacks by extremists such as those in Bosnia and Poland. In 2001, he headed up Food for Life International's relief effort to provide hot meals to 250,000 tsunami survivors in Sri Lanka. Since 1990, Indradyumna Swami Maharaj's activities have increasingly centered on coordinating massive cultural events each year in Poland and increasingly in other parts of the world such as Australia, Brazil, China. So with that introduction, we welcome His Holiness Indradyumna Maharaj to this august assembly. Welcome. So we would also greatly like to thank His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu and Nirakula Mataji for encouraging us and bringing us all here together at this festival. So today's Sri Vyasapuja. So we'll have a short presentation on the meaning of Sri Vyasapuja by Priyacharana Dasi from Chicago. So please come. And she's, many of you may not know, but those who have come to Sadhu Sangha, she's the one that maintains the entire website. She and her husband Rajapati Prabhu. So her offering may include some C and Java language, so you should hopefully understand it.
Dearest Srila Gurudeva, Vaisheshika Prabhu, Mother Nirakula, and all the exalted Vaishnavas present here, please accept my humble obeisances at your all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Gurudeva, I beg for your blessings at your lotus feet as I attempt to explain the meaning of Vyasapuja. The constitutional position of the jiva or the living entity is to serve. Forgetting our real eternal nature, we try to lord over the material nature. However hard we may try, ironically, the more we strive for lordship, freedom, and pleasure, the more our miseries increase and our bondage in this material world. For a fortunate soul, the spiritual master, Sri Guru, appears in one's life to remove the darkness of misconception and re-establishes his real position as the eternal servant of the Supreme Lord, Krishna. Jivera Swarupaya, Krishnera Nityadasa. With the mercy of spiritual master, a new life begins and the real joy or happiness awakens as never experienced before in this material world, and ultimately leads to the supreme destination of returning back to Godhead. The connection between a guru and a disciple comes after much searching on the part of the disciple and much compassion from Krishna. Srila Prabhupada explained that for the meeting of the disciple with his guru, Krishna himself makes the arrangements, looking at the sincerity of the disciple. As Srila Prabhupada explains, Guru is the mercy incarnation of God. Krishna is within all of us as the Chaitya Guru, Paramatma, or the spiritual master within our heart. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Ishvara sarva bhutanam hrideshe arjuna tishtati. The same Lord or Paramatma manifests externally as Guru. Since the Vedas contain all the knowledge and mantras one needs, one could just study the Vedas by himself without a spiritual master to attain all the material and spiritual perfection. But as it is explained, the sacred books alone are not the revelation. The acharyas, spiritual teachers, are a necessary part of the revelation. Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra. The Vedic sound must be heard. Therefore, the Vedic literature is called Shruti, which means that which is heard or communicated orally from the beginning. The transcendental sounds spoken by a realized soul, the spiritual master, to the surrendered disciple is not the same as that which is written in or read in the sacred scriptures, the Vedas. The medium or the essential link connecting the covered consciousness of the disciple with the absolute truth is through Sri Guru, who conveys the message of Shastra as per time, place, and circumstances. The absolute truth, Sri Krishna, reserves the right of not revealing himself to the mundane senses of the conditioned soul, who is attached to material sense enjoyment. However, when one surrenders to a pure devotee of Krishna, Krishna is revealed by the mercy of spiritual master. In Srimad Bhagavatam 11:17-27, Krishna says, "One should know the Acharya as myself and never disrespect him in any way. One should not envy him, thinking him an ordinary man, for he is the representative of all the demigods." In the form of Srila Vyasadeva, Sri Krishna has revealed the hidden meaning of the Vedas to the ignorant, conditioned souls of Kali Yuga by compiling Srimad Bhagavatam, the spotless Purana. On the order of his spiritual master, Sri Narada Muni, he learned the spiritual science from Lord Brahma. Vyasadeva is the greatest Acharya because he was directly empowered by the Supreme Lord to make the Vedic wisdom available in the present age. Without Vyasadeva, we would be nowhere. Srila Vyasadeva is the divine propagator, a Shaktyavesha avatar who has been directly empowered by the absolute truth to preach the word of God. Sri Guru, the spiritual master, is the living spokesman, the contemporary representative of Vyasadeva. Hence, the appearance of spiritual master is celebrated as Vyasapuja ceremony. On this Vyasapuja day, we worship Guru as the manifested compassion of the Supreme Lord and offer our gratitude for the day he appeared in this world, as well as the blessed day we met him, heard his words, and having connected to the entire parampara of acharyas all the way until Krishna. We try to understand our incalculable good fortune of being connected with such an exemplary disciple of Srila Prabhupada. He not only carries the message of Srila Vyasadeva, but continues to personally lead us by example from this world of darkness to the world of eternal light. Krishna says in Srimad Bhagavatam, "I, the soul of all beings, am not as satisfied by ritual worship, Brahminical initiation, penances, or self-discipline as I am by faithful service rendered to one spiritual master." By glorifying one spiritual master, we experience connectivity, protection with Guru and Krishna, and also gives the opportunity to express our indebtedness by glorifying the spiritual master. Here we go to attempt that. Hare Krishna.
What was that verse that one most pleased by service of the spiritual master?
It's in Srimad Bhagavatam 10:80-34.
Okay, can you send that to me?
Yes, correct.
Good girl.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Priyacharan, for the wonderful elaboration on the meaning of Vyasapuja. Let's give her a big hand once again. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, 7th canto, 5th chapter, verse 32, Prahlad Maharaj says, Naishamatistavadurukkramangrim sparshati anartapagamo yadartaha mahiyasham padarajobhishekam nishkinchananam navrinita yavat. Unless they smear upon their bodies the dust of the lotus feet of a Vaishnava, completely freed from material contamination, persons very much inclined toward materialistic life cannot be attached to the lotus feet of the Lord, who is glorified for his uncommon activities. Only by becoming Krishna conscious and taking shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord, in this way can one be freed from material contamination. So now we will have a feet bathing ceremony for Maharaj, where the disciples will offer Pada Puja, and we'll have Premarani Mataji lead us into a beautiful Hare Krishna Kirtan. Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
Can you come a little to the side? Can you come? They need space here.
Kartalas. El que estábamos cantando hace rato. O las dos. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Deva, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Shiva Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Dada Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Dada Hare Hare Dada Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Dada Hare Hare Dada Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Dada Hare Hare Dada Hare Hare
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Premarani, for the excellent kirtan. Hare Bol. Vrindavani. Okay. Thank you. That's why you should come more often so we remember your name. Hare Krishna. Now we will start the offerings of gratitude for Maharaj. So we already have a list of devotees that have been pre-approved. So that to give a chance to a variety of devotees coming from all parts of the country. So first, whenever we invite somebody, you can come and offer your obeisances to Srila Prabhupada and then to Maharaj, and then you can sit here in the special asan made for you, which is camera ready, so that devotees online can also see you. And so then you can start your offering. So we have a request for keeping your offering in 3 minutes. For some devotees it may seem like a maximum, for some devotees it may seem like a minimum. So depending on how long your offering is, 3 minutes is the regular schedule. And with that we'll be just in time for the rest of the program. So Rasika will remind the devotee next in the list to prepare their, do their offering to Prabhupada a little ahead of time, so that you can come and wait here and then start right away. So with that, first we like to invite His Grace Yashoda Dalal Prabhu and Sri Radhika Mataji. They are from New York, New Jersey area, and they do so much service for the Bhakti Center. I actually don't know how the Bhakti Center runs when they are here. So they host most of the sannyasis that visit that area in their home and do tremendous amount of service throughout the year. So you can use that mic. Yeah. It's on. It's on.
Gurudev, I'm sorry, I'm a little sick, under the weather. Please accept my humble obeisances to your lotus feet. I'm really nervous, and today I decided to let my husband speak for both of us.
You can speak in Russian.
No, that will be very cute. Nobody will understand. So, Yashoda gonna speak in English, don't worry. And it's an opportunity for him. I felt like this will be a good opportunity for my husband to get even more attached to your lotus feet through this little offering. So, that's it.
Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept our humble obeisances. Jai Srila Prabhupada. This offering is from both Sri Radhika and myself. When we think about the glories of your preaching all over the world, we see how you put yourself out there tirelessly, preaching in every corner of the world. And in fact, as you're getting older, you're revving up your sharing of Krishna Bhakti even more, rather than slowing down, as an offering to your beloved Guru, Srila Prabhupada. This is so wondrous to see, and it's so inspiring to us as disciples. Even though you preach with so much courage and faith, you're at once very humble and very endearing. We read a quote by Srila Sanatana Goswami recently. He explains that hearing from scripture and the lips of devotees is like binding Krishna with silk threads. Independent as he is, Krishna soon severs these threads and moves away. Meditating or japa is a little more effective because it involves the king of the senses, the mind. It's like binding Krishna with ropes that are used to bind a cow. The bhakti of kirtan, however, binds Krishna with iron chains. Your entire life is dedicated to chanting kirtan with affection. Your love for the holy name is contagious, so that when anyone hears you lead kirtan, they become enmeshed in that snare of love for Krishna. As disciples, we're very grateful that you're giving us the highest understanding and love for Sri Krishna. We personally have so many things to be grateful to you for. You gave Sri Radhika shelter as a Diksha disciple over 25 years ago, and you accepted me as a Shiksha disciple over 16 years ago. And you introduced us to each other. Keeping Krishna consciousness in the center and our love for you and for my Diksha Guru, Srila Radhanath Swami, helps Sri Radhika and me to work through our differences, racial, cultural, emotional, and be very happy together. Some years ago, you told Sri Radhika, if I were in your position, I would not look to work outside. Just take care of your home, take care of Yashodulal, be Krishna conscious, and hear from scripture regularly. Srila Gurudev, she does that daily and hears extensively from you and from her Shiksha Gurus, one of whom is sitting in the audience, Sri Vaisheshika Prabhu. I will conclude with a story from the initial Sadhu Sangha in Dallas, Texas. When Sri Radhika and I arrived at the hall, you were leading a rocking kirtan. You were up on stage, there were probably over 1,000 devotees. And after the kirtan was over, you came down and you gave me a tight hug. And you said, Yashodulal, it's so great to see you. I love you. Srila Gurudev, I was dumbfounded and I was struck shy at that moment. And I hope I've showed you my love over the years. But I don't believe I ever replied back to that comment. I love you, Srila Gurudev. We pray to Lord Nrsingadev to always protect you as you move around the world, delivering this message of Lord Chaitanya. Your affectionate servants, Sri Radhika Devi Dasi, Yashodulal Das.
Thank you, Yashadudulal Prabhu, for that beautiful offering. And let's talk after the program regarding resolving the differences. We might use some help. Next, we'll invite Her Grace Amrita Gopi Dasi from LA. She's a steady devotee for 25 years, practicing Krishna consciousness, and grew up a nice son who is also now serving as a brahmachari. Avadut brahmachari, so I don't know where he is. But I'll have our speaker offering now.
Dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Sri Prabhupada. Thank you for your unlimited kindness and patience as I continue to struggle with the ropes of Maya and be inspired by you to see the only real and legitimate promise that is everlasting. Guru, Shastra, and Sadhana. At times through the year, I've questioned my commitment and faith and keep coming back to your example and words. Keep it simple. Keep chanting. Find service that you're excited about and stay steady. I feel the soul of the servant buried within myself, and I see the soul of the servant demonstrated day after day in your example. This gives me hope that one day I might become worthy of the faith you placed in me the day you accepted me as your disciple. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Where is Vrinda? Vrinda from Dallas. Vrinda. Oh, she hadn't calculated for the 3 minutes since Mataji finished quickly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Oh, that explains. Okay. The delay. Okay, Vrinda, please start. So Vrinda is a... Will somebody hold the mic for your flute?
Yeah, please.
Okay. You should play for a four-handed form. You should play for a four-handed form to hold the mic and play the flute. Maybe.
Dear Srila Gurudev, Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to you on this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja. Since I met you 7 years ago in 2010, when you walked through the front doors of Sri Sri Radha Kalajanji Dham in Dallas, Texas, my life has been changed and I'm so glad that I met you. You have such a big heart and make everyone that you meet feel so special in their own way. Every time and occasion that I've met you, I got an amazing different experience. I remember I got to hold your beads in camera in Dallas during my mom's first initiation. In Poland, that same year, you let me, Ram, and Radhika walk with you on the beach for Harinam, called us up on stage to sing, and you gave us a chance to try this amazing delicacy known as strawberry and blueberry yogurt. The next time I got to be with you like that again was the following year on your Vrindavan Parikrama, where once again, the three musketeers, as you called us, came with you, held your hand, and walked everywhere throughout Vrindavan. Like that, I have so many awesome memories of going on super cool adventures with you everywhere. Srila Gurudev, I wouldn't be here today as the high energy, loud teen without you and your guidance. You've pushed me to be better both as a Hare Krishna and outside. I try to work harder for my grades, my music, band, japa, and kirtan with the Dallas youth at the temple. You inspired me to get into photography, and I take pictures of the deities in Dallas whenever I go to the temple. Your advice that you give is priceless and impacts me for a lot of whatever I do. Please give me your blessing so that someday I can hope to follow in your footsteps and get initiated by you. Sorry. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for everything that you do, and thank you for being you. Happy birthday and happy Vyasapuja, Srila Gurudev. Also, I have been working on this piece for school, but this is something that I got Outstanding Soloist for, so I thought I'd try and play it for you.
Jai. Thank you, Vrinda. And also thank your beautiful parents, Sridham Prabhu and Sundari Priya Mataji. Sorry you don't get to speak because we have a one per family policy. But hope you enjoyed this. And next we'll invite Anuradha from LA. She has been such a devotee and she has known Maharaj so long back. If you, for those of you who have been to our home, the picture of Maharaj that we have next to Prabhupada was given by her. This was so long back and we are very grateful for your association.
Hare Krishna, dearest, most precious Srila Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and to your lotus feet. Please forgive me in advance for this offering. It's not very conventional. I don't know what can I say that hasn't already been said. It's hard to describe what you represent to all those present here today. Since I have only 3 minutes, I will have to be very short. I can email you always later. Today and always, I thank you for your unconditional love and support for your disciples and friends. We're supposed to serve spiritual master in order to get mercy of Krishna, yet speaking out of personal experience, unfortunately, even when we don't serve you, we still receive that mercy. That's not to be taken for granted, of course, but just shows how real this bond is between the spiritual master and the disciple, and that the process really works. You, in my life personally, you made the impossible possible. Anyway, to make the story short, I put together pieces of the poems that I wrote for you in the past years into one little poem. I'm not Alexander Pushkin, so just remember that. As I close my eyes, I remember the day which feels as if though it has happened today, the day I arrived in Laguna Beach Temple and met my eternal Master and Savior. As young as I was, I could still understand that you were no ordinary soul I have met. The temple was lit by your presence that night. Thus far in my life, the most blissful of sights. Your voice was like nectar which entered my ears. I couldn't resist the flow of my tears. Each word that you spoke went straight to my heart. The first time I heard of Thakur Narottam. You spoke of his glorious devotion and teachings, and how Lord Gauranga predicted his preaching, how Narottam struggled to come to Vrindavan, where he stayed and studied under Jiva Goswami. I listened and thought that you must be a dream. Too close to my soul any person has been. I've met you before, does that make any sense? Connection so strong, they must pure and intense. I'll never forget the joy of my heart of having to meet my Guru that night. No words can describe the bliss of my soul. How have I deserved to have met you at all? Most beautiful being, you shine as you speak. To all living beings, you're humble and meek. Your mission to preach is your life and your soul. My sweet Gurudev, you're so dear to all. I've had many lives and switched bodies like clothes and wandered around the universe lost. I chose this material world to remain until Krishna entered my life through his name. Devotees I met gave me guidance and shelter, explained how to live putting Krishna in center, that I should surrender my life at his feet. Through spiritual master I was yet to meet. It didn't make sense that there could be a person whom I could consider worthy of worship. I couldn't imagine that soon I would meet my sweet dearest Gurudev, so pure and so sweet. You're so far away, yet your presence is felt so strongly across from another earth's end. I see your sweet smile, those full of love eyes, compassionate master of so many lives. Just thinking of you puts me quickly at peace, the dream of the shelter at your lotus feet. I can't fight my tears which burn through my heart. Your love and your mercy is all that I've got. Sorry. You never give up on this lost and dark sheep, never abandoned when everyone did. No other life being has shown me love like my Gurudev of kindness of heart. The moment I saw you, that moment I knew that you were an angel so pure and so true. As if time has stopped, I felt that at once we've met yet again after so many lives. Who is this effulgent devotee, I asked, and why is my heart beating this fast? Eternal connection has never been lost. I found my Savior, it's over at last. Reflecting instruction which Prabhupada gave, preach boldly in Krishna's name to have faith. You took that to heart, you live it each day, completely surrendered your life in this way. The best of examples you daily inspire, you never stop preaching, never too tired, most patient and caring as Father would be, you never give up on disciples like me. Your mercy to all spreads as far as the sky. To preach Krishna's glories to China you'll fly. You never deny your love and your shelter. The mercy you offer is sweeter than nectar. My fortune in life, the greatest of treasures, your mercy to me could never be measured. I'm grateful forever for all that you've done. Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Thank you, Shri Gurudev, for your support over the years, that for never giving up. Thank you for giving Vrindavan and for Braj Mohan.
Thank you, Anuradha, for a wonderful offering. Next, we have Vrajapati Prabhu from Chicago. He's the husband of Priyachar Mataji, who read the meaning of Vyasapuja. He's known as the deal man in Chicago. So whatever you want, he can find it for you. And we are hoping to recruit him for ISV as well.
Dearest Srila Gurudeva, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine grace. This offering is from both me and Priyacharana, and of course Kirtan Yagora. A spiritual master, they say, is an ocean of mercy. We didn't know what it meant until we met you, literally. From day one, the first day we met in Dallas, you said, you guys have come all the way from Minneapolis and Alabama to meet me, so you need to follow me wherever I go today. And you took us with you to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner with you that day. And when we look back at it today, this is the definition of causeless mercy. And we have not stopped following you since that day. I can't begin to fathom the unlimited mercy you shower upon us. Your unlimited love for everyone who comes in contact with you is beyond words. Anyone who comes your way can feel the love and joy you share irrespective of their qualification. We are one such fortunate family. Every living entity wants to be happy, and you perfectly demonstrate how Krishna consciousness can be joyfully performed even in this material world. You make Krishna consciousness practical and approachable, to which we were able to instantly connect. Your spiritual energy and vibrant personality is certainly not from this world. Mahaprabhu must be bestowing his special mercy upon you that you can reconcile from all the so-called hurdles that come your way in performing the most amazing Sankirtan Yajna. Your love, respect, and service mood to your God brothers is exemplary. We pray to imbibe this quality of yours and try to follow in your footsteps. We often hear Krishna manifest as service to Guru. Your love to Krishna is so vast that you always engaged in serving Srila Prabhupada. We pray that we may also be engaged in your service under all circumstances. We're truly blessed to offer a little service to you under the direct guidance of your dear disciples, Govind Charan Prabhu and Rasika Shiromani Mataji. We pray that we do not take things for granted and remain grateful to all that you have bestowed and continue to bestow upon us. In one of your offerings to Srila Prabhupada, you mentioned how he is the most important person in your life. On this auspicious Vyasapuja occasion, we pray that we want to follow in your footsteps to make you the center of our life, the most important person. You always mention in your lecture one of the foremost quality of disciple is Guru Nishta, or faith in spiritual master, as Srila Prabhupada prays to Srila Bhaktisiddhanta. O Master, please awaken some good intelligence in this insignificant disciple of yours, so that my firm faith in your transcendental message may increase more and more. A couple of days ago, when driving from LA, when the GPS asked us to take an exit, you asked us not to take the exit and stay on 101 to come to San Jose. We realized later that because of that, we hit the most scenic route, and not only that, we saved close to 15 minutes of drive time. That day, later, I was contemplating on how a drive to Goloka would be with you, where you will instruct us to avoid the exits that lead us to Maya, and it will not only save us many thousands of births we would have taken, it would also be wonderfully scenic with pastimes of Krishna along the way. Your ever grateful servants, Vrajapati Das, Priyacharana Das, and Kirtan Yagor. Thank you.
Thank you, Vrajapati Prabhu. We would request all the devotees to come up a little to the front as more and more devotees are coming. Next, we'll have my little sister, Sudevi Sundari Dasi, speak. You know, the problems come with a little sister, so she's from Bellingham. She and her husband, who got initiated at Sadhu Sangha, the first Sadhu Sangha, and got the name Sadhu Sangha Das. So they are here all the way from Bellingham, Seattle. We welcome them. Hare Krishna.
Dear Srila Gurudev, what an absolute joy it is to be celebrating your Vyasa Puja here in San Jose with all the devotees. It reminds me a little bit of 7 years ago when we were doing the Vyasa Puja in Dallas. And that is actually the time that my husband, his heart was just broken open from all the love in the room. And you gave him shelter the next year. By Krishna's mercy, you came to my temple a few months after I joined, and that was 14 years ago. Wow, what a stir you created in the temple. You had showed a video from the Festival of Woodstock and Polish tour, and then during your kirtan, you led a train of devotees all the way around the temple room, outside the doors, and then back inside, and it was one continuous train. And you had Toshan, this little boy, on your mridanga, which I was amazed, like, how is this person doing this? And afterwards you had everyone in a circle and you just picked up this 90-year-old Indian man and spun him around. Like he was like a 5-year-old boy. And that was also amazing. And yeah, what was obvious was that you were extraordinary. And what surprised me was that you were so personal and so accessible. After I went to sign your book, and I just expected you to write a simple signature, and you were so personal, and you asked me so many questions, and immediately took charge of my spiritual life, basically, and amazingly asked me if I wanted to see your Shalagram Shilas that day, and because I showed you a pet rock I had. So it was very special. It was such a special meeting. I knew immediately, okay, you're my spiritual master. And without a doubt, I had never looked back. Mercifully, you took on the difficult task of guiding me back home. And I recognize from your end you've done everything perfectly. From endlessly encouraging me through your letters to cultivating my interest and enthusiasm just by being the super inspirational personality that you are, a shining example of someone who will go to the ends of the earth for the sake of spreading Srila Prabhupada's movement. For many years I've been looking up to you and you've never let me down. You've touched the lives of literally thousands of souls and changed our lives for the better, for the ultimate. It's inconceivable, really. You have an extraordinary gift for bringing people closer to Krishna, because you are so close to Krishna, and we all want to be close to you. The instructions that you've given me that I hold most dear to my heart right now are to stay focused and to discipline myself. It helps me to meditate on how determined you are in your devotional service. Going to Russia in the early days, behind the Iron Curtain, preaching through the Amazon, making the difficult and dangerous journey to Ahovalam, and more recently, going to preach in Ukraine, practically in the backyard of a war zone. You had us on the edge of our seats while reading about your climb up Mount Kailash. And it makes me realize whatever I have to surmount can't be anywhere near what austere conditions you have willingly put yourself into to serve your spiritual master and to receive the mercy of the Lord. Now that's determination. Thank God you've been journaling your adventures in Krishna consciousness, and now we have these first-class videos to go along with them so that these amazing pastimes can remain with us always, to inspire and show the world and have the world have a glimpse into the heart and mind of such a moon-like devotee. Please continue to pray for us and our family and bestow your causeless mercy upon us. Even though we are undeserving, your causeless mercy is all we are made of. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Swadevi Sundari. Next, we'll invite our little brahmachari here, Vrindavan.
Dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you. Wish you a happy Vyasapuja. How fortunate are we that on this special day we can come together and glorify you. I feel so grateful for this opportunity to read my Vyasapuja offering in your presence. This is my first Vyasapuja offering to you. Therefore, with folded palms, I pray for your mercy to glorify you to the best of my capacity. You have been really kind to me. I remember how during my recent trip to Australia, you used to call me to your room to watch the puja you performed for your deities. You also gave me the opportunity to massage your shoulders, bring things for you, and guard the door while you were taking a nap. By your grace, my taste for kirtan is increasing. I am also trying to chant 16 rounds every day. As I associate more and more with you, I observe your taste for the holy names, your love for deity worship, and your dedication to Srila Prabhupada. I vividly remember my parents telling me how I got my name through you. You called Radhanath Swami Maharaj, who gave me the name to you, and you delivered the name to my mother. My relationship with you started right then. This is Krishna's inconceivable mercy. Keeping you at the center of my life each day, I can feel how your mercy and blessings flow unconditionally in the nurturing of my Krishna consciousness. In one of the Sharanagati prayers, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes, "If you examine me, you will find no good qualities. Your mercy is all that I'm made of. If you are not merciful to me, I can only weep. If you are not merciful to me, I can only weep. And if I will not be able to maintain my life. Jogyata vichare kichu nahi pahe tumhara karuna sara. Karuna na hoile kandiya kandiya prananara ki boara. Gurudev kripa bindu diya karo dase trinape katihina. Sakala sahane baladiya karo nijamane sprihahina. Gurudev kripa bindu diya karo dase trinape katihina. On this auspicious day, I prayed to be your little servant eternally, O most beloved Gurudev. Wishing you the most wonderful Vyasapuja celebration again and again, your little servant, Vrindavan.
You wrote that all by yourself?
My mom corrected it a little bit.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Vrindavan. Next, we'll invite Mayapur Chandra Prabhu from New York. So he's a famous doctor there. And just like Yashoda Dalal Prabhu, he does so much services in that New York, New Jersey area. And hosts so many of the senior Vaishnavas at his home and takes care of their medical needs. And he's now inviting Maharaj later in this fall for a whole summer tour, fall tour in all the universities in the East Coast. Such a tremendous service he's doing. So welcome, Prabhu.
Dearest Sri Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Kindly forgive me, since I have been told to make some offering, I'm kind of very excited, but at the same time, I spend so much time and so let me see if I can express myself. But I thank our organizers, Govind Charan Prabhu and Rasik Charan Mataji, for organizing this wonderful festival and giving me the opportunity. This is a very important part of our spiritual life. Srila Gurudev, thank you so much for accepting us as your disciple, me and my wife Jalangi. When you gave us the initiation, we have met only a few times before that, but only because of the it was your causeless mercy that based on our temple president's recommendation, it wasn't you were not planning to come to the Panchtattva installation, but because of Sridhar Maharaj's health, you escorted him from Canada and you kind of ended up coming over there, for our kind of a deliverance, and kind of we have been requesting you for over the last year, but then that was the kind of a time you said, okay, go get the letter from temple president. I don't know you much, but this is the right time. Then our temple president was also there and he kind of mercifully gave the recommendation. So we are eternally indebted to you. We have no qualification and so that was the kind of beginning of our spiritual journey. And since then your mercy has been flowing without any interruption. every year we will wait for your visit to Northeast, and we'll follow you in every program in Northeast. And like even when you came first time, like there have been so much kind of sudden and things in our spiritual journey with you. We met you for the first time at 26 Second Avenue, and that was the kind of the whole. I still remember that day. The temple was completely jam packed, and there was no space. And Brinda, our daughter, she was 4 or 5 years old, and you make her sit in your lap. We still have that picture, and she has that in her altar also. Like she carries that picture with her. And then since that day kind of we have been very closely following you. Between me and Jalangi also, like Jalangi had for the first, I think, 6 months or a year, she did not start chanting after I started chanting. And I will always tell her, and she says, you don't know how many things I have to do, and don't even talk to me and whatnot and all those things. But then one day she, I still remember very clearly that you gave a talk at the Nilmani Prabhu's home on Sarva Dharman Parithyajya. And from that day onwards, she started right away 16th round. Most of us we start 1 round, 2 round for a few months, and then, somebody will ask us and push us, and then, but that was kind of, like I said, everything is still the same. You are the only lady in the house, and you still have young children and so on. And how did it change? He said, I don't know. She said, I don't know, but from this day I'm gonna chant every day 16 round. So that was kind of miracle. And I think she still does it every day takes her time, and time also became so favorable. After that, like our life we had so many other family members came, and they were all very favorable, and they always gave her time to chant, and she can still. So that was, once we take up the shelter, I think the things become automatically very easy, So we remember that every year when you come, that was the time that we are all waiting very eagerly, that when you're gonna come, and then you will interact with the whole family. So you met my father for the first time, and my father is a devotee of Narsimhadev. So he would ask you some question about some Lakshmi Narsi Stotra. Somewhere there is some few verses more and less, and you kind of solve his query. And then on, every time you meet him, you will ask him how is Lord Narsimhadev is doing, and he will be so happy for the rest of the year. He says, Maharaj met me, and he reminded me of Narsimhadev. And he actually wanted to come here, but because of his health and all those things, so he said, please hand this over flower from myself to Maharaj. So that's what he until the end he wanted to come, but my mother said, no, it will be too much for you to travel, and because if he comes, then she will also have to come, and so she said, better you don't go. But then Srila Gurudev, you are the perfect embodiment of blessings from Srila Prabhupada. Otherwise, who could be empowered to preach in such a way? Every year, through the festivals of Baltic Coast and Woodstock, you are taking holy name to at least 500,000 new people. This is only in Poland, and when you take the Polish tours to the different parts of the world, Australia, India, New Zealand, Moldova, Brazil, Ukraine, so many more souls are touched, and the seeds are planted. This is something, is completely unimaginable. This is definitely it's a mercy of Srila Prabhupada that you are carrying, and because of you, those 300 plus devotees travel with you on Baltic Coast throughout the summer. Can we even think about that coming for 2 days or 3 days? People have a hard time getting the break. How could they serve these 300 devotees? They have families and connection. It's only your faith in holy name and desire to distribute is so intense and contagious that to spread the holy name of Krishna has become their life and soul. Srila Gurudev, glorifying your services to the holy name of Krishna and spreading the message of Lord Chaitanya to this august assembly of devotees is like showing the sun to the world through my little lamp. Your service is already known by itself. And I'm just trying to do it for the satisfaction of my heart. Srila Gurudev, on this most auspicious celebration, I'm reflecting on myself. How can I ever repay you the debt of taking me as your disciple and taking away the karma of my millions of previous lives, including present life? There is no way I can ever repay this debt. Again, looking from you, from your life, I can see that there is only one way. I can pay this debt, by serving unconditionally as you are serving Srila Prabhupada. Be an instrument in your mission to serve Srila Prabhupada and spread the holy name to the everyone. I see that is the perfection of life. I don't have a serious sadhana, nor austerity, nor renunciation, no knowledge of scriptures, and what to speak of spiritual realization, because most of the time I function on bodily level. But I have definitely realized that by being an instrument in your service is my only hope. In the 5th canto, Jad Bharat is talking to Rahugana. I will not read the Sanskrit, I will just read the translation. 5:12. My dear King Rahugana, unless one has the opportunity to smear his entire body with the dust of the lotus feet of great devotees, one cannot realize the absolute truth. One cannot realize the absolute truth simply by observing celibacy, strictly following the rules and regulations of household life, leaving home as a vanaprastha, accepting sannyasa, or undergoing severe penances. In winter by keeping oneself submerged in water, or by surrounding oneself in summer by fire and the scorching heat of the sun. There are many other processes to understand the absolute truth, but the absolute truth is only revealed to one who has attained the mercy of a great devotee. So this is the instructions by Jad Bharat to King Rahugana. Yes. So I have one little more. I think Govinda Charan Prabhu also mentioned about Prahlad Maharaj also, that that getting the mercy of the Narad Muni is the only way. After Lord Narasimha asked Prahlad Maharaj that you ask for some boons, then he is saying that, my dear Lord, now I have complete experience concerning the worldly opulence, mystic power, longevity and other material pleasures endured by all living entities, from Lord Brahma down to the ant. As powerful time, you destroy them all. Therefore, because of my experience, I do not wish to possess them. My dear Lord, I request you to place me in touch with your pure devotee. Let me serve him as a menial servant. So this is the meditation of Prahlad Maharaj. Now I am concluding, only few more sentences. By your mercy, this year, sometimes they ask that, on the stage that, everybody is so happy, but then they say, who gave him the mic? Let's find out that person who gave him the mic. So I'm sorry, but I would not leave my this opportunity to glorify you in front of the Radha, Madan Mohan and Sri Lakshmi Narsingh and all the devotees. So only okay. By your mercy, this year for the first time, you are bringing polished devotees, and coming to the Northeast too for college preaching. This is so amazing. In North America, we really need so much help, for preaching to the local average Westerners the message of Lord Chaitanya. how to present Lord Chaitanya's message to this civilization who is materially so advanced and has so much avenues for sense gratification, starting from a very young age. So your polished tour is the perfect vehicle to bring sublime teachings of Lord Chaitanya and Holy Name in a very entertaining and completely non-intimidating way. What could be a more captive audience than college students? Srila, this year, we were told to focus Sachinandan Maharaj at Sadhu Sangha. So that's my main focus, that, how could we bring that, and I will end with this, at the Sadhu Sangha, Shyam Sundar Prabhu said that what is impossible, with your grace and with your mercy, what is impossible? Why can't we all together? And as I'm doing this service, I'm realizing there are so many more devotees involved with the college preaching, and so much more could be done. And I have a humble desire, and expressing in front of you, in front of the deities and everybody, is a possibility of making this possible, that is, this could go on and on every year after year. So thank you so much. Srila Gurudev ki jai, Srila Prabhupada.
Haribol. Thank you, Prabhu. I was going to first tell you the time is up, but then I thought, what if I have a medical issue tomorrow, and I go to you and you do an operation on me and you have an appointment for 1 hour and then you open me and say, sorry, the time is up. So I want to be careful about my future. So thank you, Prabhu. Actually, it's not too bad because we had a 10-minute break, so we'll just skip the break time. Okay. So next we'll invite Sundar and Vishwaka. Let's see if they outdo Vrindavan. So by the way, for those of you who may not, Vishwaka is Rasika's cousin sister, and they've been inspired by Maharaj from our days in Seattle, like 10-12 years ago. Hare Krishna.
Dearest Maharaj, please accept our respectful obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you. The Srimad Bhagavatam is enthused with devotional prayers and glorifications of Sri Krishna and his devotees. And these prayers and glorifications are offered by devotees who are empowered to speak in such a way. As when Dhruva Maharaj had darshan with Lord Vishnu and could not recite anything due to inexperience, we too feel the same in that we do not have sufficient experience to express words of appreciation and gratitude befitting what you have actually done for us. By Krishna's grace, anything is possible. So as Lord Vishnu empowered Dhruva Maharaj to speak by touching his conch shell to Dhruva Maharaj's head, we pray to Krishna for the intelligence by which we can attempt to express our gratitude in an appropriate way. Maharaj, we wish you a very happy Vyasa Puja. As we reflect on the past years of having the great fortune of your presence in our lives, we realize that we are like small children standing on the shore of the ocean and trying to perceive its width and depth. We cannot actually perceive the enormity of your influence in our lives. You are the first sannyasi I met in ISKCON. As I write this offering, my mind reels back to 2004 when I first met you in Vrindavan as a young college student, literally questioning you about Krishna conscious philosophy. You knew that I can only be nurtured and inspired through love and affection. As a result, you would call my name in your classes, give me one-on-one time, and invite me to take prasadam with you. Devotional service is so pure and perfect that once having begun, one is forcibly dragged to ultimate success, writes Srila Prabhupada in Nectar of Instruction. You have inspired us on the path of devotional service, and I am barely beginning to understand the value of what I now possess. You also kindly arranged our wedding. If it was not for you, I wouldn't be here today. We are eternally grateful to you for this. I remember how you would tease me by asking me repeatedly, who arranged your wedding? And make sure I answer, it's you, Maharaj. Srila Prabhupada had a spiritual anxiety which he inherited from his spiritual master. That anxiety was not only how to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world to fulfill the mission of Lord Chaitanya, it was also a concern of how to keep people to remain Krishna conscious in such a crazy environment as we have today. It is a clear sign of love for the spiritual master that the disciple inherits the spiritual anxiety of the spiritual master. How am I going to assist in some way to help fulfill the mission of my spiritual master, to help relieve his anxiety? Maharaj, you have taken it upon yourself, and we can see it through the magnitude of festivals and the preaching you have been doing for several years. We have had the glimpses of your Polish tours through the DVDs, your Facebook posts, and hearing the experiences from Rasika and Govindacharan Prabhu. We still remember Vrindavan coming back from Poland last year, saying how much he loved the festival and how it inspired him to take Krishna consciousness more seriously. Bhagavad Gita 4:35 explains the benefit of rendering favorable service to the spiritual master, hearing from him submissively and inquiring from him. Having obtained real knowledge from a self-realized soul, you will never fall again into such illusion, for by this knowledge you will see that all living beings are but part of the Supreme, or in other words, that they are mine. This verse truly shows the shining example that you so expertly exhibit as the transparent representative of the Guru Parampara. You so expertly present Krishna consciousness in such a way that it is relevant to the time, place, and circumstance. Your life is dynamic, and you're always thinking, somehow or other, I must give Krishna in such a way that people take to the path of bhakti. This is the essence of life according to Lord Chaitanya, and because this is the essence of your life, you're glorious.
Maharaj, you are so personal when it comes to Vaishnava relationships. Your love for children is spontaneous and natural. How can we ever repay you for all the love, affection, and mercy you shower upon Vrindavan and Vraja? We could see how the time you are investing in Vrindavan is his foundational years is having such an impact in his spiritual life that he often tells us that I could do anything for Gurudev. His attachment to you is a saving grace, and with your mercy, prayers, and blessings, we are rest assured that he can joyfully embrace Krishna consciousness throughout his life. There are no words we find suitable to describe the gratitude within our hearts. You are the most magnanimous person. There is no limit to how much you are willing to give in order to benefit the fallen conditioned souls at this age. You are so full of compassion. We pray that one day we may be able to develop a fraction of the compassion you have. You are truly the well-wisher of all, always concerned for the real welfare of not only your disciples, but for every soul you meet. We simply want to somehow keep ourselves alive in our Krishna consciousness, and with your grace, and play a part as the golden age of Lord Chaitanya rises on the horizon with spectacular and super excellent, supremely attractive display of nectarian pastimes through ISKCON that none in the world would ever afford to miss out. On this auspicious day, we pray to their lordships, Sri Radha Madan Mohan, Sriman Mahaprabhu, and Sri Lakshmi Nrsimhadev, to give you long and healthy life with many, many more years of blissful services. Thank you very much. With your servants, Sundarananda Das and Vishwaka Leela Dasi.
So Rasika wanted me to clarify in case other ISV devotees are wondering how come devotees that are not disciples are getting a chance to speak, whereas I am not getting. Rasika wants to clarify she is from Seattle, Kota. So next we'll invite Kandarpika from Mexico.
Harival Gurudev. Dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to the assembled devotees. Beloved Gurudev, thanks to let us share this confidential and beautiful moment with you today. It's because of you that we are all here gathering together. When you gave us initiation, we understood that our relation guru-disciple would be more in the humor of Bani most of the times. Even though sometimes we have the opportunity to serve you personally in Babu like today. A lot of good God sisters and God brothers are here today to see you, to do some service for you, and after all, to make something that makes you happy. Even if today is not your Vyasapuja officially, the Guru is always thinking how to give some mercy to his disciples and to all the people in general, and how to share Krishna consciousness every little moment, every little second. Thank you, Gurudev, to let me be here today. Thank you to let me see our family again. I also wanted to thank you, all the devotees, good God sisters and brothers, to let me do some service to our beloved Gurudev one more time. Shabadeva, a divine king, spoke once long ago in India to his sons about spiritual life. He said, "O my sons, you should accept a highly elevated Paramahamsa, spiritually advanced spiritual master. In this way, you should place your faith and love in me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Gurudev, it's most by your mercy and of course by our sincere effort that we can attain Krishna. So please, Gurudev, never release my hand in this challenging path of Krishna consciousness. All the best in your spiritual life, beloved Gurudev, today and always. Your servant, Kandarpika Dasi."
Hari Bol. So Kandarpika Mataji and the other devotees you can see here, they are all from Mexico. Eight devotees came here all the way, and there are Sankirtan devotees there. So they would love to be here at ISV. And probably you should try to go out on book distribution later today with our devotees here. Next, we'll invite Shamala Dasi from Houston. She and her husband Madhava Gauranga Prabhu, they were living in Seattle. And for those of you here, Maharaj's lectures on narottam.com, she's the one that started that website several years ago and still maintaining that. Hello.
Prabhuji was too magnanimous. Actually, Kamalashri Mataji and her family from San Jose maintained that. I just started it. Just a clarification. Dear Srila Gurudeva, please accept our most humble obeisances. All glories to unto the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. We feel so fortunate to be present here in San Jose celebrating your Vyasapuja. This brings back sweet memories of the first Vyasapuja I was part of in Seattle in 2007. Yes, 10 years ago. Myself and Madhava were initiated too that year. These past 10 years were the happiest years in our lives while we advanced spiritually under your guidance with the loving association of devotees. I wanted to share few of my realizations specific to this past year. One major event this year which shook us was your close encounter with death. Following Srila Prabhupada's example, you asked everyone to pray to Krishna. Devotees all over the world prayed for your health. We thanked Krishna that he let you stay back amongst us. We thank you for you chose to continue to give your association to the people in this world while you could have gone to a better place. As you came back with double determination to spread the preaching mission, we are trying our best to take advantage of your association, lest we forget it is very rare. I am always inspired by your taste for kirtan, wherein you expound every ounce of your energy in singing and playing harmonium just to see devotees blissfully dancing. Your meticulous puja, childlike enthusiasm as you look forward for your upcoming ventures in spreading the movement, and your scholarly classes wherein you interweave deep philosophical points with the perfect balance of Shastri quotations, practical examples, humorous stories, and personal anecdotes are all inspiring. Underlying all these devotional expressions is your deep love for Srila Prabhupada and the divine couple Sri Sri Radha Rasikarai. I can never forget the Disappearance Day celebration of Srila Prabhupada in Vrindavan 2015, where I saw how you couldn't contain your tears of separation from Srila Prabhupada and finally left the program early. That time I felt I wish I could have a drop of such love for my own spiritual master. Thank you for continuing to set a good example which serves as a guiding light for all your disciples. Despite your various preaching programs and many important services, training your disciples and inspiring them always remains your most important service to Srila Prabhupada. For this purpose, you expertly engage all the technology in Krishna's service. Keeping touch with you in Facebook, any of your disciples can tell where you are, what you are doing, and where you will go next. Thank you so much for giving us your association in such novel ways. I have felt your presence and guidance in our spiritual lives the past year in few profound ways, which I would like to share with your permission. It all started a year and a half back, based on the circumstances we were in when we wrote to you if we should move to a different city. I was amazed by your prompt reply with pertinent instructions. In a few months, we relocated to Houston, which was indeed a good move in many ways. We have guidance and association of His Grace Radhakrishna Prabhu, senior disciple and former secretary of Tamal Krishna Maharaj, under whom we studied Bhakti Shastri Bhakti Vaibhav for the past 10 years. He guides us personally for practical instructions in our spiritual lives. Kids love going to the devotee school there and successfully finished an year. We are blessed with the property walkable from the kids' school and the temple, giving us intimate access to devotional activities. Actually, you yourself summed up our good fortune in a brief exchange at Sadhu Sangha. You said, you have a good husband, you have kids, you have work, you have house, you have guru, and you have mala. You are a very lucky girl. I know very well, Srila Gurudev. My luck is that somehow 10 years ago, you took us under your sleeve, due to which such auspicious things are happening in our lives. Due to your watching over and protecting us, we are securely situated in our lives without any hindrance. To reciprocate with your love, we will devote rest of our lives following the process sincerely, raising our voice in Krishna consciousness, and sharing our good fortune with others as much as we can. Finally, we wish you a very happy Vyasapuja and pray that we can have many, many years of your sweet association, kirtans and classes. Your servants, Madhav Gauranga Das, Shyamala Dasi, Narsimha Krishna Das, and Maharati Das.
Haribo. Thank you, Shyamala. And next we have Vijay Krishna here. So he is the son of Ram Vijay, who is one of the organizers of the Sadhu Sangha retreat. In fact, his dad, Ram Vijay, he started the retreat. We for the first 1 or 2 retreats, we went in just like a visitor on Friday afternoon. And he has been doing all the work by himself, and Vijay Krishna is such an active part of that, helping his dad, and such a Krishna conscious boy.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Pulle Srimate Indradyumna Swami Namne. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Pulle Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namne. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaurvani Pcharna Nirvishesha Shinuvadi Pashita Deshitarne. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and my most humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet, Srila Gurudev. First off, I wanted to thank Rasika Mataji for letting me speak today, and to Srila Gurudev for being my #1 inspiration in Krishna consciousness. Without your support and guidance, who knows where I would have been today. Srila Gurudev, you have made countless sacrifices in order to serve His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada. For me to even see you in person gives me the joy and glory of 1,000,000 lifetimes to such as fallen souls such as myself. Your pure love for Krishna uplifts millions of people who are entangled in the cycle of birth and death. I had fallen in the darkness of ignorance, but by your causeless mercy have come to a deeper understanding of the true meaning of life. Without you, who has traveled the globe preaching for the Absolute, without you, who only yearns for the love of Krishna to help Prabhupada's movement, and without you, who is the guiding father for so many in their struggle in the path of devotional service, where would I be today? Srila Gurudev, because of you, Krishna's holy name and Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON is known around the globe and is appreciated in places never heard of. You deliver the message of the holy name of the Lord as if you were the modern-day Santa spreading gifts around the world. The following verse explains for me the true meaning of a spiritual master like you. Tadvedi pranipatena paripashenana sevaya apadekshanti te janam janina stavadarshina. Bhagavad Gita 4.34. Learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him with reverence and render servants unto him. Such an enlightened saint can impart knowledge unto you because he has seen the truth. Excuse my terrible Sanskrit pronunciation. You have always been very kind to me and taken time to answer my questions, even if they were childish in manner. In this digital age, you actually once sent me a handwritten letter with such kind love. You have done so much to fulfill Mahaprabhu's prophecy that in every town and village, Krishna's name will be chanted. Gurudev, you have exemplified his prophecy by spreading his teachings and Krishna's holy name around the world, with the biggest festivals anywhere in the Western world. Although you are so busy and have had health issues, you continue to preach without caring for your own self. You have opened my eyes, which were filled with the darkness of ignorance and greed. To that Guru Maharaj, I give my quintillion thanks. As I grow up, I hope that by the grace of Srila Prabhupada and your blessings, I'm able to preach the message of Krishna's glories far and wide. Your servant, Vijay Krishna Das. Srila Gurudev ki!
Thank you, Vijay Krishna, for the excellent offering. These are all like the Kumaras, they are like saints. Next, we invite Braja Mandali Priya and Shama Darshani. These are daughters of His Grace Shesha Prabhu, who is one of the GBC member of the ISKCON. So they have come all the way from Houston and Florida.
Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you. Keep me at your feet. If bhakti yoga is an uphill climb, I move ahead but sometimes fall behind. Whether up or down, there is one thing I ask. Keep me at your lotus feet, Gurudev. Material life slaps me right and left. What Maya does to my intelligence is a theft. I could cry all day, but instead I ask, keep me at your lotus feet, Gurudev. The Rakshasa in me wants to sleep in, but something tells me from within, get up early to chant your rounds, make Gurudev proud. If I try my best, maybe he will be pleased. Keep me at your lotus feet, Gurudev. We devotee youth have a culture of our own, sometimes two faces between two worlds. How to make myself one piece and integrate Krishna with material needs. Dovetail everything in his service, devotees say. Bring him out into the world with you every day. It is a work in progress, and I remind myself, keep me at your lotus feet, Gurudev. Day by day, I try to do my service, taking care of family and work responsibilities. Am I doing my best, I ask? This is no easy task. The only reason I stay, I say, is to please He whose shelter I need. I simply pray, keep me at your lotus feet, Gurudev. I hear Gurudev repeatedly preach, dear disciples, share Krishna with others, that way you will be more inspired. I want to, I wish to, I have to follow. I pray to be that instrument which carries out His order. This is the reason I constantly say, keep me at your lotus feet, Gurudev. Gurudev says he sees our advancement as we read our offerings and see Him each year. I cringe, I hide, I even want to cry. How can I show my face and build the courage to confess? I don't know how much progress I've made. Will He still accept the wretch that I am? Oh, all the sins combined. The devotees tell me He wants to help me. My hands folded, I plea, keep me at your lotus feet, Gurudev. The only reason I live, stay at my service, and practice bhakti, although no taste, is because of your causeless mercy. 5 years ago, you dragged me to your shelter. Why, how do you care so much to see me be picked up? This is the glory of great devotees. Without your grace, I don't know where I'd be. Please accept me, Gurudev. Shape me as you please, but keep me at your lotus feet. Please keep me at your lotus feet. Your servant, Braja Mandali Priya Devi Dasi.
Dear Srila Gurudev, when I behold you, you are a tall, majestic personality, towering above your disciples, trying to herd us in the right direction. Your tending stick, made of words, guides us, a gentle push for some of us sheep, a smack for others, but always just right. Your words inspire crowds of hundreds of thousands, convincing the atheists, countering the critics, uplifting the believers. Your eyes are deep oceans of compassion, concerned for suffering, ignorant, godless persons. They set ablaze with determination to fulfill Prabhupada's mission. Might I compare which is more effective in its purpose? Lord Shiva's dance of destruction, or your Harinam dance, which enthuses whole countries to raise their arms and praise Gauranga. Your sweeping saffron robes fly high as you twirl. Every man, drunk or sane, becomes intoxicated by touching your lotus feet. We cannot help but feel secure of our ticket when you raise your arms and say, "Back home!" Pigs will fly the day a person is able to sit still when you beat the mridanga drum. What greater pleasure could there be than feasting our eyes on your dancing? When I observe you honoring prasad, I see that even that service is done with gusto. May Lord Nrsingadev keep your digestion ever youthful, that we may continue to cook anything for you. Your encouraging words keep the cooks enthusiastic in their service. How is it that I have such a merciful spiritual master who kindly leaves us remnants for us to taste mercy as Narada Muni did? When I witness you offering puja to your deities, an artistic expression of love flows forth. You say just as important as your preaching is your internal worship. The personalities who have graced your altar are mystical. Nrsingadev with his arsenal for the load of work he has, Varahadev, Shalagram, and most enchanting Radha Rasikarai. When I see the truth of the matter, I know there is no greater master for me. I beseech you with folded hands, Gurudev, that you tend me till the end. This sheep may not have much to offer you, but a sincere plea for protection and guidance. You are my only shelter, Gurudev. All glories to you. Your insignificant sheep, Shamadarshini Dasi.
Hare Bol. Thank you. I didn't know you were such wonderful poets and eloquent writers. So you are both hired for next year's Sadhu Sangha emails. So next we invite Amrita Sundari Mataji from Utah. She's such a Krishna conscious devotee.
Dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine services. It's my great fortune to be able to attend your Sri Vyasapuja in San Jose. It'll be my first time to attend this exalted ceremony where you're personally present, along with so many great Vaishnavas and God family. On May 20th, 2017, I celebrated your Vyasapuja for the first time at our local temple in Salt Lake City. It was especially sweet and inspiring to hear other devotees who know you through Sadhu Sangha or your renowned preaching work glorify you. I had a picture of you sitting on the Vyasasana in Russia, so grave and so royal that one of the devotees was reminded of a verse by Andal, where she described how Krishna rises in the morning like a lion and graces his throne. You always said you accept Vyasapuja for our benefit, and I could fully appreciate that in the temple that day. Srila Gurudev, recently I came across a verse in Srimad Bhagavatam which talks about the glories of Bhishma Dev, how he spoke on thousands of subjects and fought on thousands of battles. Your divine services came to my mind, your innumerable lectures and uncountable preaching activities, holy pilgrimages, writings, photos, festivals, and so on. As a true spiritual warrior, you have traveled far and wide, bringing the holy name and Lord Chaitanya's mercy to so many jivas. You have sacrificed not only a comfort and health, but have also risked your life numerous times. How can I possibly glorify your love, devotion and dedication ever, Srila Gurudev? You have taken the mission of Lord Chaitanya to inimical and even downright offensive people, and by your continued determination, wisdom and compassion have changed their hearts. His Holiness Shivram Swami says in his book Navraja Mahima that a disciple should meditate on the services of their Guru who gives pleasure to Krishna. You serve Srila Prabhupada, the holy names, the deities, the holy dhams, our divine scriptures, saints, and all living entities by your activities that are very pleasing to Sri Krishna. You mercifully accept disciples and guide them to perfection in their path of service to Krishna. As I was writing my offering, I was looking forward to hearing other devotees glorify you, as that will open my heart to the impact of your services and devotion. I remember once hearing a recorded offering where one God sister said that how historians will eventually record that you have delivered an entire country, Poland. Hari Bol. As of now, I feel as incompetent as a glowworm would feel in describing the radiance and life-sustaining power of the sun. Srila Gurudev, please accept my humbling offering and excuse my offenses. This year I'm focusing on improving my japa and developing a vision of respect towards all living beings. By your mercy, I hope to develop a desire to knock on people's doors and offer them Srila Prabhupada's books. My only hope is that by continuing to hear your lectures and bhajans, the deep-rooted weeds of selfishness will be destroyed, and instead a sapling of pure desire to serve will sprout in my heart. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for everything. Your unworthy disciple, Amrita Sundari Devi.
Hare Krishna, thank you Amrita Sundari Mataji. Next we'll invite Rasika from ISV. I'm telling because you may not see her often, so you may think where she is. But she, believe me, she is belonging to ISV.
Okay, it's working.
Hare Krishna, this offering was written by Govind Charan and I'm reading it. Dearest Srila Gurudeva, please accept our humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale, Srimate Indradyumna Swami Niti Namine, Nama Prabhupada Priya Dasaya, Jagannatha Yatrananda Murtaye, Bhakta Sukhaya Krishnot Kirtanena Narashingena Rakshitaya Namaha. We are so fortunate to be celebrating the auspicious occasion of your Vyasapuja in your physical presence today here at ISKCON of Silicon Valley in the august assembly of saintly devotees headed by His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, Her Grace Nirakula Mataji and others. In the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, when glorifying Srila Raghunath Das Goswami, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami writes, Ananta Guna Raghunatera Ke Karibe Leka. Who could list the unlimited transcendental attributes of Raghunath Das? Similarly, when meditating on how to glorify you on this auspicious occasion, we are overwhelmed by the flood of your unlimited transcendental attributes that crosses our minds. One of the waves of that flood of ecstasy is realizing the good fortune of having the opportunity to serve as one of your personal secretaries. You gave me the first secretary service in 2002 when you asked me to look for the cheapest flight for one of the hops in your US tour. When I found a ticket for $101, you appreciated my attempt but took another flight which you yourself found as yours was $1 less. However, the next year you trained me about your travel preferences and gave me the service of finding good deals for all your US flights. And the next year you asked me to book all your tickets as well and trained me to inform all your hosts in US about your travel schedule. And the next year you put me in touch with all the hosts in US and trained me how to come up with an itinerary for a US tour by myself. In the subsequent years, you just gave the dates and left everything up to us to decide. You are such a brilliant manager that can fan the spark in a simple village girl like me and engage me in your preaching mission. Similarly, you gave me the service of organizing the Kartik Parikrama since 2008. Through this service, we can see how deep is your love for Sri Vrindavan Dham. For example, you originally scheduled the Parikrama for only 15 days. A few years later, you made it a month-long Parikrama with the promised break day after every 3 days so that devotees would be able to keep up. Every year, the number of break days keep getting reduced. And even on the so-called break days, you trick us by filling them up with other engagements so as to be fully absorbed in hearing and chanting instead of shopping at Loi Bazaar. Forget about break days. You don't even want to spare time for breakfast. When I plead with you to at least give breakfast break, you convince me about how you are already much more merciful than His Holiness Radhanath Swami by keeping your classes to only 2 hours instead of 4 to 5 hours like him. On one of the days when we did have breakfast, you were not eating, and when we asked you the reason, you said your servants went to do Vrindavan Parikram in the morning and came late to your house, which delayed your leaving for the Parikram. So in order to teach them that pleasing the spiritual master is more important than pleasing the Lord, you took this austerity of fasting that day. One year when you went to Sridham Mayapur, the local devotees convinced you to take the devotees on a Mayapur Yatra instead of Vrindavan Yatra for next Kartik. This reminds us of how the devotees like Advaita Acharya convinced Lord Chaitanya that Mayapur was Vrindavan and showed the Ganges as Yamuna. You were so fired up and called me immediately, and I started to make the arrangements right away per your instruction. Just after a few days, the moment you touched the dust of Vraja, you changed your mind to stick on to your annual Kartik Parikrama in Vrindavan itself. We pray that we receive a drop of that attachment you have for Sri Vrindavan Dham by serving you. You help so many devotees attend the Parikram, sometimes even paying their international fare from your Dakshina and arranging for their accommodation just to help them to get out of their troubled consciousness and continue on with their spiritual life with renewed enthusiasm. Some are grateful, but some take advantage of your mercy. Still, you're always merciful to them without any expectations. Just as Uddhava remembers the Lord when trying to answer Vidura by saying, "Alas, how shall I take shelter of one more merciful than he, who granted the position of mother to a she-demon Putana, although she was unfaithful and she prepared deadly poison to be sucked from her breast. we also realize how, as the Lord's representative, you carry His unlimited mercy to everyone. How can we take shelter of one more merciful than you? Serving you as a secretary doesn't always mean peace always. Just like when everything was peaceful for the residents of Vrindavan, when Krishna was lying in the courtyard, but turned into panic the moment demon Trinavarta came in the form of a whirlwind and took Krishna away, service to you also involves always being ready for dealing with panic, even when everything seems to go nice. Like trying to deal with a local Brajavasi blasting a song over a loudspeaker in the middle of your class, or even sending out a search party of devotees in each of the 10 directions to find the stick that you carry, just to find out minutes later that someone had already kept it in your car. Serving you as a secretary doesn't always mean doing only the high impact things. It includes getting you answers for everything, even for the simplest thing. Like what happened to the flower seller in Vrindavan who brings his pet monkey with him every day to the parikram, and even the name of the baby that pet monkey delivered. Similarly, serving you as a secretary doesn't mean doing only the pleasant things. It also includes being ready to do the unpleasant things, like convincing your dear godbrother Chaturatma Prabhu to finish the class on time, knowing well he will ask me back, how come Maharaj doesn't finish his class on time and gets away with it? Serving you as your secretary is also a chance to witness the nectar of your childlike innocence and humor, even in the middle of intense stress. One time I was contemplating to you how difficult it was to deal with the Indian bus drivers during the parikram. You immediately told, I used to have a bus driving license in France. I can get it back and drive next year. Another time when I was complaining that Govind Charan was spending too much time in counseling others, you told him, in Kali Yuga, if one just takes care of the wife properly, one is considered a Mahatma. And you convinced him that he doesn't have to over-endeavor. Serving you as your secretary is also helplessly witnessing how you always push yourself to the point of collapsing. For example, in last Kartik, you woke up one day and sent me a message. I collapsed after returning from Parikram. I don't think I have ever been more tired. Then when I asked if we should cancel that day's Parikram, you replied saying you didn't want to disappoint the devotees and immediately started preparing for the class at the wee hours of the morning. Similarly, even when you are extremely tired after a whole day of class and kirtans and travel, you still take the time to encourage and inspire new devotees as well as devotees returning to Krishna consciousness. On this day, we pray to Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Shriman Mahaprabhu and Lord Nrsimhadev to bestow you a very long and healthy life and all the resources you need to assist Srila Prabhupada and his International Society for Krishna Consciousness to continue to spread Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan mission to every town and village to your heart's content. And as for ourselves, our only prayers are to continue to serve you, following this mood of Prahlad Maharaj's devotion to his spiritual master Narada Muni. Evam janam nipatitam prabhavahi kupe kama bikama manuya prapatan prasangat kritvatmasat sura shina bhagavan grihita soham katam nu vishje tava britya sevam. My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of my association with material desires one after another, I was gradually falling into a blind well full of snakes, following the general populace. But your servant Narada Muni kindly accepted me as his disciple and instructed me how to achieve this transcendental position. Therefore, my first duty is to serve him. How could I leave his service? Srimad Bhagavatam 7.9.28. Your servants, Govinda Charan Das and Rasika Shiromani Dasi.
Hare Krishna. So for the last offering here from the kids section, we have Avantika, Vrinda, and Priya Keshori. And who else? Okay, so they are going to perform a song.
Oh, Prabhu, can I have that mic?
Any more mics?
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev. I hope you enjoyed this kirtan we've practiced for you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Premanande.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Avantika, Vrinda, Priya Kishori, and all the other kids during this wonderful offering. So that's an excellent preamble to the offering we have been saving for the last from His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu and Mother Nirakula Mataji. So we'll invite them here. For those of the devotees that are visiting from outstation, Vaisheshika Prabhu is our leader here at ISKCON of Silicon Valley, which is also called ISV, and it stands for Individual, Spontaneous and Voluntary Service. So you can, whatever devotional energy you see here is a manifestation of the devotion that Vaisheshika Prabhu and Nirakula Mataji have in their hearts. They have practically raised this community for many, many years, and all the devotees here are blissfully under their shelter. So, and we would kindly request devotees to come a little closer. When we presented the schedule to Maharaj, we said Vaisheshika Prabhu and Nirakula Mataji is going to speak for half an hour. Maharaj, what are they going to speak for half an hour? So we are going to find out.
Everyone could just stand up for 1 minute. Just raise your hands in the air as high as you can. And please say Gauranga. That was pretty good on the first try. I usually say it wasn't loud enough. But let's try this side, Gauranga. Just this side. And this side, Nityananda. Go Premanande Haribo. Why don't you go first and you sit here?
No. You want me to go first?
Yeah.
Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaurdhavani Puchardane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Bhastya Chade Satarne Panchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vyevacha Patitanam Pavanavyo Vaishnavavyo Namo Namaha. We are thrilled, we are delighted to have you here on this for this auspicious occasion, Maharaj. We follow your preaching efforts all over the world and are constantly enthused and enlivened by them and amazed that as time goes on, you don't slow down. But the thing I most appreciate about you is how personal you are with your disciples, with your God family, and how you nourish those relationships while you're so busy and have so many things going on. It's such a wonderful example of what family is and what's important and how to encourage each and every devotee in their spiritual life. I think that's what we all crave and want, is that personal love and attention. And you are so expert at giving it. It doesn't matter if it's a little child who can't even speak. They remember as they get older, and you encourage them in their devotional life from a very young age. You encourage their parents. You encourage everyone, your God brothers especially, I see how warm and loving you are to them, and so humble. At Sadhu Sangha, when it comes time for Sachinandana Swami to thank everyone and just say what a wonderful festival is, you turn around, Indradyumna Swami was there 10 minutes ago, and he's gone. He won't be there for that part of it. He just doesn't want to take any credit. And yet all of these things go on because of his desire, because of his determination in his service to his Guru Maharaj, to Srila Prabhupada. And it's such an inspiring example. I have some memories of you coming to our home, and I cherish those always. You and Prabhu sitting at the kitchen table, talking, and I'm looking forward to that tomorrow very much. And I agree, it's so nice to be able to cook whatever you like, that you still have a strong fire of digestion, as I look forward to that. So thank you so much for choosing to have your Vyasapuja offering event here. It means a lot to us if we can give back in some small way for everything that you do. And we so appreciate Govindacharan and Rasika Shiromani here. It's true that we may not see them, but their presence is always felt. They sponsored this outfit that their lordships have on today. They're always participating in our Sankirtan endeavors, encouraging, donating, and in so many ways they are exemplary disciples and do you proud. So we're very grateful that you have encouraged them to be here. They've offered a lot in their devotion by being a part of our community. My heart is overwhelmed and bursting with affection and gratitude for all that you do, Maharaj. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
That's what I was going to say. Yes, definitely that you're here will leave an impression and has raised this status of ISKCON of Silicon Valley, which is also, by the way, not in San Jose. We used to be in San Jose, but it's kind of Silicon Valley because we plan on moving from here fairly soon also. And that you're here gives us the wherewithal. It is a sign from Krishna that when you once said in one of your classes that Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur had stated that before one sees Krishna, one sees the Vaishnava. Just as in the morning you see the sun rays before you see the sun. So when one is able to attract a great Vaishnava to come in one's midst, then one knows that all good things are coming and that Krishna is personally coming in many of in all of his glory and manifestations. So we take your visit here, and you're holding your Vyasapuja here as a harbinger for Krishna's special mercy on our whole assembly of devotees. And thank you very much. I was thinking today as we were driving here how much necessary it is for you to be traveling all over the world, distributing the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. There is a statue of Buddha along the freeway, the 101 freeway. I think it's a car dealership that is decidedly Asian, and maybe to attract a lot of people And also to give benediction to all the drivers. They put this huge statue of Buddha right on the freeway, next to the freeway, pointing out to the freeway. And it's actually a great solace every day when I drive by there. I slow down and do a little pranam, because that's what they do in Thailand when they're driving on the go on the river. And when they go past any temple, they cut the engine, and the driver puts his head down, and then they keep going. I thought, how civilized. And I was thinking how in Silicon Valley, people don't have much opportunity to do that at all. Most people don't notice the Buddha there, don't know who he is. And most people don't notice anything. And they just go from one place to the next, sort of in a state of madness and dissatisfaction. There are around Silicon Valley, I was thinking, and maybe around the whole world, very few symbols that people can relate to in a very personal way that remind them of God. And that's why in the Bhagavatam, Yudhishthira Maharaj, when he was speaking to Vidura, said, Bhadvida Bhagavatas Tirtha Bhuta Swayam Vibho Tirtha Kurvanti Tirthani Swantak Stena Gadabrita. That you are very much necessary in the world, he said to Vidura, who had been wandering all over, because you carry the personality of Godhead within your heart, and therefore you're a walking place of pilgrimage. And I feel that about you. I mean, I'm just so happy you're walking the earth and going from one place to the next, because everywhere you go, you bring the mercy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to everybody you meet. And there's nobody better than Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and that means there's nobody better than you, because you're bringing him to the world. You're actually doing it. You're actually doing it. And not only that, the Shastra says that one must approach such a person to advance in devotional service. The Srimad Bhagavatam 11th Canto, Tasmad Gurum Prapadyeta Jignasu Shreya Uttamam Shabde Paricha Nishnatam Brahman Upashramashrayam. It says, therefore, it's summing up all the anomalies in the material world, and therefore one must approach, Tasmad Gurum Prapadyeta, one must approach and surrender to such a guru. And then it gives the qualifications. Jignasu Shre Uttamam says one should inquire from such a person about one's ultimate good. Shabde Paricha Nishnatam means, as Prabhupada says, such a person has taken a dip in the ocean of transcendental wisdom. And I recall when we stayed together in Govardhan one year, it was the most happy year, when we were on the roof together and our cabins were next to each other. And when I came over to see you, you had stacks of transcendental literature that you consumed over a month. And I could see that you were swimming in that ocean. It is your life and soul to hear the pastimes of Krishna and Vrindavan and the writings of all the acharyas. And I took that away when I saw that image of you so absorbed in hearing and chanting in Vrindavan Dham. And I could see the purport of this verse, Shabde Paricha Nishnatam, swimming in this ocean of transcendental knowledge with such a deep taste. And Nishnatam means fixed in the absolute truth. And fixity of purpose is not something that can be done artificially. One proves one's track record by developing a portfolio over many, many years. Anyone can remain steady for a month or two, or a few years, or 7 years, or 10 years, or sometimes even 15. But for 45, 47 years, to be fully absorbed in Lord Chaitanya's mission without wavering at all. In fact, actually going deeper and deeper into that ocean shows Nishnatam. Now, part of that is because of your being so holistic in your approach to Krishna consciousness. The love that you have for all of your God brothers and God sisters and all of the devotees. And the way in which you have normal relationships with so many godbrothers that is exemplary. I take you as an exemplar of the Sakya Ras. When I see you with your most intimate godbrothers, the way you're so friendly and intimate with them, it makes me feel the Vrindavan mood. And this Prabhupada mentions in the Srimad Bhagavatam as the cause of being steady in devotional service, and that is having solid relationships in Krishna consciousness. I see your multitude of relationships with various godbrothers that are very deep, and this is one of the greatest signs of spiritual achievement, to be so nicely connected with advanced devotees. Brahman upashramashayam. So one should take shelter of such a person. And continuing the theme of your availability to the world, a godbrother of mine gave me an analogy some time back, which I would like to bring to bear at this particular point. And that is that sometimes people are looking for God, and they're pointed in various directions. And it may not be so easy to find him. And in this analogy, it is compared, this looking for God is compared to a thirsty person looking for water. So, a person who is very thirsty, and he comes to a man and he says, "I'm thirsty, please give me something to drink." And the man points to the cloud, and he said, "Help yourself." And so this is compared to God being in Vaikuntha. You say, "I want to know God." You say, "He's in Vaikuntha," or many religious traditions say, "He's in heaven." You say, "Good luck, how you're going to reach heaven." And then we have the person who says, "You can get water." It comes in flash floods in the desert. Here in California, we have many desertous areas, and when it rains in one part of the geography, then the water accumulates, it takes the path of least resistance, and it comes down in a stream unexpectedly. Sometimes it washes away cities or people who are camping. They don't know it's coming, and it just comes. So in a similar way, people say, "Where's God?" And you say, "The avatars, they come at various times." How are you going to be there when the avatar comes? You can't dictate when you're going to take birth to be at the same time as an avatar. And then someone else may say, "You want water? It's in the ground." And then say, "Now you have to dig for it. And you have to make a well and have a bucket to bring it up." That's like the yogis. They have to sit for 10,000 years and look deep within their heart, try to find the super soul, and maybe they'll get a little glimpse. But the spiritual master, the one who has become fully surrendered in the process of disciplic succession, is like water in the palm of your hand. You simply reach out and drink. So you're like that. You're anyone can see you, anyone can come to you, anyone can listen to your kirtan, which is like not 747 because there's bigger planes now. I don't know what the biggest one is. 888? That they're bigger, they're twice as big as a 747. And your kirtans are like that. They start taxiing out from the airport. Then they get on the runway and they get some more speed. And then they take off in the air and everyone goes crazy. And this is, we can drink the water directly from Lord Chaitanya's mercy because you're distributing it like that. So on this day, I declare my deepest love and gratitude for you. I count my lucky stars that I have such a godbrother. I thank you for all the guidance you've given me in this lifetime, not the least of which is your example, which I look to constantly. And all glories to all of your followers as well. Thank you very much for taking such good care of Maharaj. And please accept my gratitude. Srila Indradyumna Swami Maharaj ki. Srila Indradyumna Maharaj's followers ki. Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol.
His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu ki jai. Her Grace Nirakula Mataji ki jai. We'll also welcome His Holiness Hanumat Preshaka Swami Maharaj, who just arrived. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna. So next we'll have His Holiness Indradyumna Maharaj address us.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hey Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Hey Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hey Gopi Janabalaba Girivardhari Hey Gopi Janabalaba Girivardhari Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Paribhachikacharya Ushtatara Sata Sri Srimad His Divine Grace ISKCON Founder Acharya Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Paribhachikacharya Ushtatara Sata Sri Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Brinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Go Bhaktivinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Sham Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Brajabhumi Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Ganga Jamuna Mai Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Tulsi Maharani Ki ISKCON BBT Founder Acharya Save the Whole World Srila Prabhupada Ki Shri Sri Madan Mohan Ji Ki Bhagavan Narsingh Dev Ki Prem Down Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Hare Krishna Mahamantra Ki Shri Nam Prabhu Ki Itai Go Premanandi. Oh, glorious to the assembled devotees, glorious to the assembled devotees, glorious to the assembled devotees, glorious to Guru and glorious to Gauranga. You can move this, yeah. I'll just take a step. And you can take the table a little bit. Oma Gyantamadandasya Ganangana Shalakaya Chaksumilitam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadanti Sva Padantikam Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrindam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama It's a great pleasure for me to be here. It may sound a little strange that we take pleasure in hearing ourselves glorified, but that's not what I mean by the pleasure of being here. It's the pleasure of, well, first of all, being in the association of my godbrothers and my godsisters who have so kindly encouraged me. As Vaisheshika Prabhu and Nirkula were speaking, I was thinking, yeah, that's the person I'd like to be. So it kind of puts the bar up and gives me something to aspire for. And to be in the association of the wonderful devotees, the congregation here. It's a fact I do travel the world for the last 4 decades. But I can say with all honesty that this is one of the best, top 10, top 5, top 3, top 2 centers that very best in the world. It's easy to see the success. It's grown. I've been coming around a little bit through the years, and it just keeps growing, expanding as Prabhupada wanted, as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted, and as Srila Prabhupada wanted, and his followers want the Sankirtan movement to expand. Prabhupada said that one time. Krishna consciousness is blissful when it's expanding. I heard him say that in Rome. Krishna consciousness is blissful when it's expanding. And why is it expanding here? Because under the direction of your illustrious leader, Vaisheshika Prabhu, and his better half, good wife, they have the right formula. And what is that formula? Krishna Varnam Tvisha Krishnam Shangopanga Shabharshadam Yagnai Sankirtan Prayaryantihi Shumera Shaha. That they are continuing the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as it begun 500 years ago through the simple process of chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. And in particular, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's and our Srila Prabhupada's formula of Brihat Mridanga, expanding the glories of the holy name through book distribution. From following that simple instruction, everything else comes, as we see here. So many devotees, so many new devotees, a beautiful center, relatively new center, gorgeous deity worship, delicious prasadam, and inspiring the entire world. I can tell you frankly, I travel and I often speak with my godbrothers and godsisters and devotees and disciples, and with the New Age technology, you can pretty much see anything and everything that you want to see or you don't want to see. But if you want to see good inspiration, good lectures, you just tune into Vaisheshika Prabhu's live view classes, and you'll be amazed. I listen to him practically every day, and I keep telling the devotees, I said, this Prabhu's Atmaram. He's self-realized and he's completely satisfied. So you simply have to look at him, big, tall, handsome devotee, and And because of such diligent devotional service for so many years in cooperation with his good wife and his loving godbrothers and godsisters, such an eloquent speaker. Saraswati has blessed his tongue. I just amazed. I mean, I heard Vaishnava speaking years before. When I tune in now, it's like, wow, it's really getting the mercy. So elegant, so poetic. And of course, because he's drilled, like, you know, and with military precision for so many years, Prabhupada's books, he knows them backwards and forwards. He followed Prabhupada's command. You should know these books like a lawyer knows his law books. That's Vaisheshika, isn't it? And whatever he says, he backs it up with a verse from the Shastra. This is another one of Prabhupada's instructions, or rather his observation, that when you're speaking in learned circles, and we're not talking about Western ideology or philosophy or politics, we're talking about real knowledge, divyagan, transcendental knowledge. When you're speaking in truly learned circles, you must back up your statement, your point, whatever it is, with Shastric evidence. And I think of all my godbrothers in the movement, he's the best with the shlokas. He's really a shloka walla. And somehow or other, he always connects it to Sankirtan. He always gets back, you know, like we always say, back to the basics. Back to the basics. He always... And this reminds me very much of Tamal Krishna Goswami. He boasted to me one time, and he had the right to boast. He was a great preacher. He said, Maharaj, I can turn any shloka into a Sankirtan class. And why not? Because ultimately, this is the Yuga Dharma. Chanting Hare Krishna is the means by which we become self-realized, and the culmination of that self-realization, the Param Gatim, is Krishna consciousness. And it's all connected to the Yuga Dharma, chanting the holy names. So generally sannyasis, they travel to give inspiration. I always come here to get inspiration. And these are, for me, very precious moments. I was with my godbrother Giriraj Swami a few days ago, and I turned to Maharaj. I said, Maharaj, you know, we're in the autumn of our life now. These are the closing chapters of our life. And I so much cherish your association. For me, these, you know, in the old days, just kind of take it for granted, you know, we're rowdy boys out there doing Sankirtan. But now, every moment is like gold. Every moment is precious. We take advantage of it to become Krishna conscious. We don't waste any time. So when you're in the association of godbrothers like Giriraj Swami and Vaisheshika Prabhu and Maharaj and all the godbrothers here, then it's very precious. And I just kind of just relish it. I'm just, you know, relishing every moment that I'm here in the association of Vaisheshika Prabhu, his good wife, and the managers and the devotees, and what's actually manifested from your heart. Because I also like Sankirtan. I often lament. I distributed books for 14 years. Almost every day. Even I get chastised for going out on Janmashtami. And you know, then they asked me to become a temple president. That's your miracle, Vaisha. You can do it. Oversee the management, you know. And then, you know, I took sannyas, and then I became a guru. But I often think if somehow the whole world just fell apart and we weren't able, you know, our movement wasn't able to function in the practical ways it was doing now, I couldn't do the services I'm doing now, I would very happily go back to France. Somehow I'd make it back to Paris. And New Mayapur, I have disciples there, Nishringananda and my god sister, Vishesha. And in just a little room off to the kitchen there where they have the dryer and the washers, hanging my book bag. It's a really cool book bag. It's got mirrors on it, you know, it's and red, white, and blue and yellow. Big bag like that. And And that's my book bag's hanging. I said, keep it there. I said, maybe someday I'll have the good fortune to come back and take that book back and do full-time book distribution. So if we can't do it because of other responsibilities, and you could say Brihat Mridanga to encourage others to do book distribution, or because we're getting older and, we may not have the physical ability to spend, 10 or 12 hours a day out there. It gives such satisfaction to the heart to see a center like this, a temple like this, where this is the heartbeat. This is the heartbeat of this temple here. And this is meant to be the heartbeat of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, where there's this preaching spirit and sharing with others. I was looking around the room and I was thinking, there's so many devotees, the deities, that everything's perfect here. And I said, that's because the heartbeat is Sri Krishna Sankirtan. And that heartbeat is an echo of Vaisheshika Prabhu's heart. So. Really, this Vyasapuja is just an excuse to come here and get his association. And it started out, we weren't really planning. I mean, Rasika Siramani, she said, Gurudev, when you come, can we have a Father's Day celebration? I said, what's a Father's Day celebration? So we'll go out and buy you a pen and give you a flower and, cook you a breakfast. I said, okay, Father's Day. And it's only in America they have Father's Day, by the way. I said, okay. Then next week she called me. She said, well, a few more devotees want to come, so can they come to the Father's Day? I said, okay. And the next week, then she said, well, the words got out amongst your disciples. We want to have a Vyasapuja. And by that time, I was too far in to get out of it. So, but I thought, yeah, let's do it, because that means I can, be with Vaishya and the devotees, and different God brothers and God sisters will be there. And it's so nice. This is really just about loving exchanges. Really, that's why I like Vyasapuja, because for me it just boils down to the disciples showing their love and affection for their spiritual master, for their training in Krishna consciousness, and it's a way for me to appreciate your advancement in Krishna consciousness when you speak. I mean, all of the offerings today were just amazing, and I'm so proud of you that you're remaining strict to your vows and chanting and serving the association of devotees, and therefore Tatikshava Krunika Shuridam Sharvadehinam Ajata Shatava Shanta Shadava Shatabhushanaha. All these good qualities are manifesting, and it's evident when you speak. Prabhupada said one time, you can tell the advancement of a Vaishnava when they speak. So the shy little ladies, little kids are sitting down, and such amazing realizations are coming forth. It gives me so much faith in the process. In fact, sometimes I'll just admit it, that I'm a little embarrassed. I asked Tamal Krishna Goswami one time, I said, Goswami Maharaj, what, they're going to ask me, people are coming forward for initiation. I said, what is one of the difficulties in becoming a spiritual master? You can train me, start to train me. He said, I'll be honest with you. He said, sometimes the difficulty is when you see disciples who are more advanced than you. But it's true. To see the realizations you have, it's very humbling for me, and it makes me want to become a better spiritual master to guide you. So I asked Srila Prabhupada for that blessing. This is my service to my spiritual master, if I can do my service better to inspire all of you. So I'd actually like to read a letter by Srila Prabhupada and quote on it briefly, or speak on it briefly today. I'm looking for a subject matter, because this is not my first Vyasapuja this year. I think it's number 11 or something. You're only supposed to have one according to the GPC, so we call these guru-disciple meetings. But this is a very wonderful letter in which Srila Prabhupada expressed his humility, because it's important when you're being glorified to remember where the mercy is coming from and not forget. This is a letter of Srila Prabhupada to one of my godbrothers, Chandanacharya Das, from March 12th, 1970. Prabhupada writes to him, "I thank you very much for your nice letter of appreciation. The kind words that you have used in this connection are very much pleasing, but all the credit goes to my Guru Maharaj. He asked me to take up this job as soon as I met him in 1922. Unfortunately, I was so worthless that I delayed the matter until 1965. But he is so kind that by force he engaged me in his service. Therefore he has sent me so many of his nice representatives, the beautiful American boys and girls like you. I am so much obliged to you that you're all helping me in the discharge of my duties towards my spiritual master, although I was so much reluctant to execute it. After all, we are the eternal servants of Krishna, and by the divine will of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, we are now somehow combined together. Although originally we were all born in different parts of the world, unknown to each other. This is the way of Krishna's transaction. So let us, with great enthusiasm, preach this cult all over the world and make everyone happy. They are missing the central point, Krishna, and our duty is to remind them. Then everything will be all right. So follow the path chalked out by all our predecessors, and success for all of you is assured." I wrote this down and meditated on this for over an hour this morning, just to prepare myself for this occasion when, I received so much sweet words and admiration and glorification, so that I would remember, as I always do try to remember, to whom the actual credit goes for whatever little humble service I've done in this movement. All the credit goes to Srila Prabhupada. He is Prabhupada, the master at whose feet all the masters sit. We have a saying in English, as you know, give credit where credit is due. And this quotation is most poignant in the Krishna conscious movement, where the disciple, if he or she is successful in some endeavor, is very quick to give the credit to Guru and Gauranga. There's no hesitation. Very quick to give the credit. Remember one time we were sitting with Prabhupada in Paris, and a devotee disciple looked at Prabhupada and said, "Prabhupada, you're the greatest Vaishnava." And Prabhupada blushed. You could see the color of his face change, and he looked down, and he's so humble, and he looked up, he said, "I am just trying to become a Vaishnava." He said, "A Vaishnava is a very glorious thing." I was looking, yes, that's your glory, Srila Prabhupada, that you're so great, but you're so humble. That's the dynamic combination for a devotee of the Lord. He was always very quick to give credit where credit was due in our service. And this is a service I'm doing for Prabhupada, to help all of my disciples advance, connect them to the Guru Parampara, and train them, inspire them in Krishna consciousness. But always very quick to give the credit where credit is due. One time, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati had a debate. It was an organized debate, actually. There was some tension in the community. Who's greater, the Brahmanas or the Vaishnavas? Society was so the social order was very strict at that time, and the Brahmanas had the lead, so to speak. They were very much appreciated by the people, and sometimes it went to their heads. So. And then the Vaishnavas came along, and Vaishnavas were preaching and helping people, and so this idea came up: who's greater, the Vaishnavas or the Brahmanas? So the Brahmanas chose their personalities to speak at the debate. And the Vaishnavas elected Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati to speak. So the Brahmanas spoke first, and they quoted so many verses about Brahminical culture and about how elevated Brahmanas are and how they're the most intellectual and like this. And all the Brahmanas applauded. It was a big audience. Not only Brahmanas were there, but the general people were there. And that was such an elegant talk that everyone applauded. It was very nice. And then Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati came to defend or to explain the position of the Vaishnavas. So he began by glorifying the Brahmanas. Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmanya Hitaya Cha Jagaditaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha. The two things are very dear to the absolute truth, to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One is Brahmins and one is cows. And all the Brahmins, yes, very good talk you're giving. But then he began to speak about the superiority of Krishna consciousness, because as we know, Brahmanas, with all due respect, and we are also practicing Brahmanas, because Brahmana means the mode of goodness, and the mode of goodness is a stepping stone towards transcendence. You can't understand the absolute truth if you're in the mode of ignorance. You can't understand the absolute truth if you're in the mode of passion, but you have a chance. Krishna says the mode of goodness, and Gita said it's illuminating. It's a stepping stone. But a Vaishnava is, it's sattva, right? We have tamas, rajas, and sattva. But our acharyas describe the life of a devotee as suddha sattva, transcendental goodness. By dint of devotional service to the Lord, we transcend this world altogether. So he was speaking like this, suddha sattva. And he was quoting so many verses and back and forth and like this, and he described the superiority of becoming a Vaishnava, who's naturally Brahmin anyway. To make a long story short, because his lecture was 4 hours, like Radhanath Swami. Maybe that's where Radhanath Swami got it, I don't know. The whole audience stood up and applauded. And the Brahmanas included. They were convinced by dint of his very erudite knowledge and his wisdom and his divyagan, his realization. Everyone was applauding. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati was sitting there with his head bowed down in extreme humility. He wasn't accepting all that glorification. So at one point he looked up and he went like this, meaning that the room was packed full of room, maybe 600 or 700 people. He went like this, meaning leave a space in the middle. So they parted like this, and there was a clear avenue all the way to the entrance of the hall where everyone's shoes were. The chappals, the sandals were all piled up there. He went like this, and he paid his obeisances in that direction. And everyone looked, and who was sitting there? His Guru Maharaj, Gorkashordas Babaji Maharaj. And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati paid his obeisances. He said, "Who am I? I am nothing. I'm simply the mercy of my Guru Maharaj." Gorkashordas Babaji Maharaj. And Gorkashordas Babaji, when he was glorified, he ran away. So I ask my disciples, in acknowledging anything that I've done in this movement, to give credit to Srila Prabhupada. The other day I was cleaning out an apartment that I stay in Warsaw, and I came across an album, a photo album that my sister sent to me some years ago. I didn't have time to look at it. It was mostly pictures of me in high school. Oh boy. I was looking at that, that athlete and that surfer and that long-haired guy, and I was thinking, how did he ever become a devotee? But it's the mercy of the spiritual master. There's a song, it's not a spiritual song, but sometimes we can engage sayings or little quotations. Prabhupada used to do it on occasion. There was a song by a somewhat famous songwriter. His name was Rodriguez, and he wrote a song which I often remember. He wrote, "But oh, if you could see the change you've made in me, that the angels in the skies were envious and surprised that anyone as nice as you would chance with me. Isn't that beautiful? But oh, if you could see the change you've made in me, that the angels in the skies were envious and surprised that anyone as nice as you would chance with me. Srila Prabhupada, he said one time, just as Lord Ramachandra conquered Ravana with monkeys and bears, so I am conquering the world with my Western disciples. And it wasn't just one miracle that Prabhupada accomplished by changing a high school boy into a aspiring devotee of the Lord, but an entire generation. This was his miracle. In India especially, people are fascinated by the miracles that sadhus, they actually can perform. They can perform. They have mystic cities. One time Prabhupada was challenged, Swamiji, Sly Baba, notice the change in words here. Sly Baba, he can make the dust, right, come from his hand, the magic dust. When he can break the silver chain, what can you do? So Prabhupada was sitting with his disciples, and he waved his hand, indicating his disciples. He said, that these American boys and girls have become devotees, this is my miracle. Ita kashta natam yati kamsham rasa vidanataha tata diksha vidanena dvijatam jayate. A very, very nice verse by Srila Sanatana Goswami. As bell metal is turned into gold when mixed with mercury in a chemical process, so one who is properly trained and initiated by a bona fide spiritual immediately becomes a Brahmana, a Vaishnava. This is miraculous. There is a process. You can take ordinary bell metal, like we would say like kartals are like bell metal. There's a process, you can turn that into pure gold. I know this process. And if any of you have a notepad or you have your iPad here, just take it out and I'll teach you the process. You can use it for, your Sankirtan collection. You can win the marathon. You can get lots of gold and then, buy the books and give them out for free and win. It's very easy. In the ancient days, the mystic yogis, by dint of their mystic powers, they would take half a liter of mercury, liquid mercury, like we have in the thermometer, the liquid, and they would drink it. You're shaking your head. You're a doctor. Any fool knows that if you drink mercury, you die immediately. It's a poison. But they had the ability to drink the mercury and not be affected. This was their siddhi. Yogis can develop siddhis. They can develop subtle material powers. Just like we have a gross body, then we have a subtle body, the mind, intelligence, and the false ego. They are subtle things. So mystic powers are subtle. They contradict, you could say, the laws of gross material nature. If you read Radhanath Swami's book, The Journey Home, you remember that when he went to the Himalayas, at one point he saw 5 yogis levitating off the ground. I said, Maharaj, did you take a poetic license there? He said, no, they were floating. You know how he does. A siddhi. So there's a siddhi that you can drink mercury. I wouldn't spend your life developing a siddhi that you can drink mercury. Better chant Hare Krishna and get prema. But they could do without being affected. And that mercury would mix with their urine, and they would pass urine in the morning, and they would pass urine onto the bell metal. Gold. This is miraculous, but it's true. No less miraculous is that the hippies became happies. Yes? If you read Shyamasundar Prabhu's book, his first book, Chasing the Rhinoceros with the Swami, how many of you have read? It's a must read. Yes, if you ever want to know what was it like to take LSD, just read the first 100 pages. He's a good writer, and he was there. He was in the thick of it all. And Yeah, he writes very nicely. So, he's describing the scene, the situation in, the late 1960s, and you're wondering, how did these people ever become devotees? By Srila Prabhupada's grace. His power, his compassion, his mercy, and the process that he brought. It's actually miraculous. So, drinking mercury and producing gold, but even more miraculous is that, Western boys and girls could become. And as Prabhupada changed the hearts of so many conditioned souls in our generation, he continues to do so today. Because he gave an ongoing process. He's so intelligent, Prabhupada. He created a material organization, quote unquote, meaning he created the infrastructure, established the GBC, so that things would work smoothly. One time, the time when Prabhupada was leaving his body, he turned to Giriraj Swami and he said, "How will this movement go on in my absence?" And other devotees started saying, "Well, we'll follow the four principles, we'll chant Hare Krishna, we'll keep..." And Prabhupada said, "No. This movement will go on by good organization and intelligence." Just a special instruction, organization and intelligence. So Prabhupada intelligently organized the movement, and he kept preaching the formula. You chant Hare Krishna, and you give the chanting to others. One who preaches has life, according to Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. You chant Hare Krishna, and you distribute the chanting. Our whole movement revolves around the chanting of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. It's the be-all and end-all of our existence. We're either chanting the holy name or distributing the glories of the holy name by Harinam, by festivals, by book distribution. Our whole life revolves around chanting Hare Krishna. So Prabhupada set up the infrastructure, and he gave us the spiritual process. We're safe and sound in the structure that he established, temples and farms and restaurants and sevas, and then the process, which includes the 5 angas of chanting Hare Krishna, hearing Srimad Bhagavatam, worshipping the deity, living in a holy place, and associating with devotees. You can expand it a little bit, but that's our formula. And because he set it in motion, it continues to work. Generally, a person is only powerful during his or her lifetime. Very few people remain influential after their lifetime. This was the dilemma of Pontius Pilate. Pontius Pilate was the person who was judging the so-called crimes of Jesus Christ. And he was like looking at this person. He never saw anyone like that. Because a Vaishnava is very rare to see and find. He's a special personality. He was thinking, this is his mission, and he's preaching like this, and he has his followers. He said to Jesus, "I don't know if you're more dangerous, alive or dead. Because right now you're preaching, but after you leave, you'll be a martyr in the eyes of your disciples. They'll become even more eager to spread your teachings." So in the same way, Prabhupada was a powerful preacher when he walked amongst us, and he remains so even today. One time he said, "I will never die." You know this quote better than anyone. "I will never die. I live forever in my books." Right? And he's present in his Vani. He was always stressing the Vani. The Vapu's nice, but the Vani is continuous. Vapu may be here, it may not be here, but the instruction is always there. And Vaisheshika Prabhu is carrying that essential instruction to distribute books so nicely. So again, everything is flourishing here. So Prabhupada was a powerful preacher when he was here, and he remains so even today. What's one sign of that? That he remains a very powerful preacher today. I often mark that by the fact that all of you love him. You never met him physically, but you serve his instructions and you serve his movement, and thus you develop a living, dynamic relationship with Prabhupada. So when the little kids are here and they break in after the kirtan, Jai Prabhupada, you can see on their face. They're not just like parrots, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhu. No, they're singing with devotion. with appreciation, with love. So we can conclude that Srila Prabhupada was no ordinary spiritual master. Not to say that any spiritual master is ordinary, but just a choice of words. Like Prabhupada said one time, he said about his Guru Maharaj, said, he was no ordinary spiritual master, he saved me. So Prabhupada saved this high school boy, he saved you, he's saving countless others, and he'll continue to do so. We can make an educated guess, for the next 10,000 years. Because that's the time limit this movement has. Kali Yuga is going to become so bad, 428,000 years, that the devotees will be living underground in caves. It's going to get bad. But the glory of this age lasts for 10,000 years, that Prabhupada will be the prominent Acharya. There's even discussion in Shastra how the different sampradayas will all combine together in the Gaudiya Vaishnava sampradaya to preach Krishna consciousness. I was visiting a prominent Ramanuja sannyasi in South India. I went to his ashram. And it's a holy place for the Sri Vaishnavas. And I went there weren't very many people there. It was a holiday, and the sannyasi was giving a lecture, and he was so happy to see us. He said, when you ISKCON people come here, you give this place life. He said, that's because your Guru Maharaj is taking the teachings of Krishna all over the world. He said, I'm sitting here alone, chanting on my beads, and you boys and girls are doing the real work. I was thinking, yeah, this is a sign that in the future, maybe all these sampradayas will come together to preach Krishna consciousness. And in that sense, Prabhupada said one time, his books will be the gospel for Kali Yuga. Those who are really sincere about understanding spiritual life. So he deserves the title, Prabhupada. And we're his servants as masters or disciples. We're all his servants by his grace. Prabhupada means a master at whose feet all other masters sit. It's a very prestigious title. You can't just, decide I want to be called that. You become a self-effulgent acharya, and the Vaishnava community bestow that name upon you. In the earlier days, Prabhupada was called Swamiji. But then, Jamuna and Shamasundar and Malati, they started hearing a little bit about the history, and they said, can we call you Prabhupada? And in humility, Prabhupada said, yes, you can call. His Guru Maharaj was Prabhupada, but he allowed himself to be called. In fact, Prabhupada, the disciples went one day in the early days in 26th Avenue, and they said, we know that each spiritual master has a specific mantra beyond Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vasudaya Bhutale. Can we have a special mantra for you because you're our Swamiji? So Prabhupada said yes, and he went to his room and he wrote down his own pranam mantra. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi. Someone can say this is being puffed up, but that's no Prabhupada. He knew that in order for his disciples to accept him as spiritual master and hear his instructions with all sincerity and decide to apply them, they had to see them. They had to see him as the absolute representative of the Lord. So he did like that. One time I remember the opening of the Krishna Balaram Mandir in Vrindavan. It was a big occasion. Probably we'd worked for years to collect that money and build the Krishna Balaram Mandir. And so as part of the advertising for the opening, Prabhupada's disciples put a big sign on the road. It said, opening of the Krishna Balaram Mandir under the guidance and inspiration of his the founder Acharya, His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. They had the Prabhupada in big letters. And Prabhupada, the next morning, he went out on a walk with some of the sannyasis. And he saw that big sign where it said Prabhupada, pointing to his cane, he said, if my godbrothers see this, they'll kill me. But we saw it different, and eventually so many of Prabhupada's godbrothers saw it differently, just like Sridhar Maharaj, who Prabhupada admired and looked up to, you could say. He once said to some of my godbrothers that your Guru Maharaj is Shaktavash avatar. Shaktavash avatar means a particularly empowered personality who's empowered to spread the Sankirtan movement all over the world. If they were not envious, it was self-evident. And just as a qualified king eventually hands over his kingdom and title to a worthy son, so no doubt our Srila Prabhupada, so Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur blessed our Srila Prabhupada to continue his mission. And in doing so, he became a master at whose feet all masters sit. When Prabhupada, our Prabhupada was once when he was a grihastra, he was very busy with his pharmaceutical business. Just after marriage, to maintain his family, he began working for a company called Bosch. And he was very busy traveling on trains around India, so he eventually became a disciple of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, but it wasn't that he was doing service like the sannyasis were doing, going out and opening new centers and printing books and distributing them and giving lectures and so forth. He would give some donations and he would come to the local mosques and lead kirtan. And you read in the books, some of the books, I think Mula Prakriti, my god sister, produced a book, and she mentioned in her interviews with different personalities how everyone looked forward to Abhay Charan coming to the center and leading the bhajan, leading the kirtan, and giving some lectures. Somehow or other, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur had some affection for our Srila Prabhupada. It's said that a saintly person is Trigyana Kala. He can see past, he can see present, and he can see future. So perhaps it was that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati could see in his eternal disciple, Abhay Charan, our Srila Prabhupada, what he could do in the future. So he gave our Prabhupada extra time. He showed some affection that he didn't show towards some of the big preachers, sannyasi preachers. He would sometimes reveal his mind to our Srila Prabhupada. Like he did one time, it's historic, they were walking around the Radhakund, just the two of them. The householder, disciple, and the sannyasi guru, and these other disciples, sannyasis, were sitting. They were requested to sit down somewhere looking, why him? And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati revealed his mind. He said, there's so much trouble with this temple that we've established in Calcutta. We've built this big temple, now they're fighting over the rooms, who's going to sleep there, who's going to eat now. So I would rather sell all the marble in that temple and just buy a printing press and distribute books. Then he turned to Prabhupada, if you ever get money, print books. So like this, you may not say that to just any disciple, but you'll say it in confidence too. So the sannyasis, there were other occasions as well. So the big sannyasis, I'm not meaning to be disrespectful, because I heard Prabhupada say one time, one of his godbrothers who has a pretty bad reputation for what things he did after Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur left. And one of my godbrothers made a comment, and Prabhupada said, you cannot speak like that. I can speak like that because he's godbrother. He said, you should know that godbrother went back to Godhead. So I don't want to commit any offenses, but the sannyasis, top sannyasis, they went to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, and they complained, you're giving so much attention to this Abhay Charan, he's just a householder. He's giving a few donations. And Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, he took on his Narasingha mood, right? He was the Nisringa Guru. He wouldn't tolerate any statement that was outside the realm of pure devotional service in his preaching. When he came to town, the Mayavadis, the logicians, the Gyanis, the yogis, they all split down. They went up to Rishikesh or something and hid in the forest where he did his preaching. So he could become, for Krishna, he could become very angry for Krishna, like a lover becomes angry when his beloved is insulted. That's the sadhu. He can become angry. He became very angry to sannyasis. He said, don't you speak like that. In the end, this Abhay Charan will do everything. And he did. It's Guru Maharaj asked Srila Prabhupada to spread Krishna consciousness in the English-speaking language. And he did that, but then, with the help of his disciples, but it was all his mercy, the French edition of Bhagavad Gita came out, the Spanish edition of Bhagavad Gita came out, the German edition of Bhagavad Gita came out, the Dutch edition came out, and today there's the Zulu. They speak like that. I mean, when the head of the BBT in Africa, Jayadwaita Swami, produced the first book in Zulu, and he's a very, Maharaj quite stoic, he's very strict. He often reminds me of Bhaktisiddhanta. No nonsense, straight speaking. What was that? What was that term he used? This one of the lectures he gave, seminars. Yeah, something like that. So he's very, he's undefeatable, Jayadwaita Swami, and you can't defeat him. He's no nonsense Swami. When he first published the first book in Zulu language, I forget which, I think it was Perfect Question, Perfect Answers. I saw him presenting it to Prabhupada, tears were streaming down his eyes. The big stoic, tough Swami, he's crying when he presented that first book to Prabhupada, because Prabhupada was so pleased when any books would come out. So we call this in the military, you get a medal when you do above and beyond the call of duty. Just to be Marine or Ranger, it's not an easy thing. But if you can do more than just what you're expected to do, then above and beyond the call of duty, you may get a silver star, or you may get whatever. So Prabhupada's instruction he received from Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati was practically an impossible instruction. Spread Krishna consciousness in the English-speaking language, especially at that time because the British were in control of India and they intimidated the Indian people. You're inferior, you're not culture, take up Western culture, and and then Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati preached to them, make them into Hare Krishna devotees. Like, what? Go to London and make the king and queen and Hare Krishna. So what he did was a miracle. But then above and beyond the call of duty, by his inspiration, there's practically no language in the world now that doesn't have books in that language. And then when Prabhupada had established the movement in the West, actually in 1971 Prabhupada became sick. He had a heart attack, came back. And he decided to go back to India, and he told the devotees, I may not come back, but I've given you everything. So keep preaching the Sankirtan movement can be successful. 1971, we had like 10 or 15 temples, only a couple cantos of the Bhagavatam, there was just, one farm, New Vrindavan and West, and Prabhupada said this can all go on. He felt like that. But of course he came back and he continued to preach, and then after some years actually Prabhupada, you could say, gave a lot of time and attention to India. He went back to India because India is Bharat. Bharat means, it means different things, but it can be taken to be like the land of light. Not that India is sunny, but the light of transcendental knowledge. And it's meant to be really the lighthouse of transcendental knowledge for the whole world. If the light goes out in India, then there's a problem. If this knowledge disappears. So Prabhupada went back and he told Bhakti True Maharaj, I have fulfilled the order of my Guru Maharaj and I have spread the Krishna conscious movement around the world. He said, my personal mission is now to come back to Bengal, Godadesh, where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, decided to appear. That's where God appeared. He didn't appear in Chennai, because then you wouldn't have any real desserts after the main meal. You just have no sandesh, rasmalai, rockets, burfi. There's just that kind of spaghetti. What do they call it? Anyone invites me for South Indian prasadam? Yes, South Indian prasadam with Bengali sweets. You imagine Mahaprabhu appeared in Gujarat, you'd have to eat the sweets first. So perfect planning. But as you know, due to the teachings of, Ramakrishna and different people and the Durga worship, it all kind of became lost. So Prabhupada had a personal desire to go back and reestablish Harinam Sankirtan and the teachings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the place where it all started, in Bengal, in Navadvip, in Mayapur. And that's one reason that he wanted so much that big temple to be built. That is actually our world headquarters. So talk about above and beyond the call of duty. He did more than anyone could imagine in preaching in so many languages. Then back to the homeland and, reviving Krishna. And now you see, when you go to India, we're so proud of our Indian devotees, ISKCON devotees. Everywhere ISKCON is so much appreciated. Gopal Krishna Maharaj, what has done in Delhi and all the temples and Mumbai and Pune and Mayapur and Hyderabad. And it's just, Prabhupada will be so proud of the work those devotees have done and continue to do. So, because Prabhupada showed himself really to be the best disciple, he became the best example of spiritual master. Because he was the best disciple, he was blessed to become the next spiritual master. The best disciple is the one who takes the words of the spiritual master, instructions, to become one with his heart, one with his life. Prabhupada admits in this letter, such humility, he admits that he forestalled the instruction of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati to preach Krishna consciousness in the English-speaking language. He didn't really start fulfilling that instruction until many years later, when he decided to, actually he was reading a Bhagavad Gita, and the Bhagavad Gita translated by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, and one of the purports of the Thakur, Prabhupada read that one should take the mission of the spiritual master as one's very life and soul. And somehow that just connected with Prabhupada's heart when he read that, probably by the desire of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Sometimes people ask me, I don't know who to choose as my guru. There's Bhakti Bringa Govinda Maharaj, and there's Chaitanya Chandra Charan, and there's Niranjan Swami, and Vaisheshika, and there's you. And I say, not me. But I say, who's your guru? I said, they're all qualified. But by Krishna's arrangement, one day you'll be sitting and hearing this person, this authorized person speak, and what he says will affect a change in your heart. Oh, now I get it. Right? When the guru speaks for the disciple, oh, now I understand, right? That I should give up materialistic life. I should embrace the lotus feet of Krishna. I should become enthusiastic in devotional service. Right? Like that. So the spiritual master. So Prabhupada was reading this, and Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur said something that just struck a chord, and then he really began. Now I have to take up the mission. And that's when he began the Back to Godhead magazine. He was still a householder. Received that instruction before he was finished college, before he was married. A long time passed. And then he took it seriously. One time Prabhupada gave an instruction to Giriraj Swami to write a book, a particular book, I forget what the name of it was, particular subject matter. Because Giriraj Swami is very well educated, very erudite, good writer. Prabhupada saw this, and you write this book. Yes, Srila Prabhupada. And then Giriraj Swami was so busy for so many years, and then he came, he's seeing Prabhupada off and on, and 3 or 4 years later, Prabhupada said, what about that book? And Giriraj Maharaj told me, I became so embarrassed. He said, oh, I'm sorry, Prabhupada, I'm so busy with making life members and managing the temple here. And Prabhupada said, that's okay. He said, I was like that too. He said, you can, what was the words he used? You can neglect, you can delay the order, but you cannot neglect the order. Right? The disciples are remembering. You can delay it, but you can't neglect it. So it took some time, the BTG, but Then he became like Narada Muni. Sometimes Narada Muni is addressed as Bhagavan Narada in the Bhagavatam. There's a couple of places. And we know, we've heard Prabhupada's lectures, there's only one person who gets the name Bhagavan, and that's Bhagavan Sri Krishna, because he possesses the 6 opulences, right? So how is it that the Bhagavatam, Srila Vyasadeva, addresses Narada as Bhagavan? Because Prabhupada says in the Krishna book, if you read very carefully, that sometimes the Lord empowers his devotee with his full opulences so he can carry on the mission of the Lord. And sometimes the devotee, he actually does more than the Lord, by the Lord's grace. Mahaprabhu spread Krishna consciousness in India, but his servant, Prabhupada, spread it all over the world. So there's an example. So who is Srila Prabhupada? One time a devotee asked him, "Who are you?" Prabhupada replied. You want to hear the answer? Yes. He told him. He told him. The devotee said, "Who are you, Prabhupada, in the spiritual world?" And Prabhupada replied, "If I told you, you'd faint." And Bhavananda, Prabhu, who was acting as Prabhupada's secretary for quite some time, he was traveling with Prabhupada in, I believe it was in Africa. They came back from Africa and came back to India, and Prabhupada had contracted some disease, and therefore he was very flushed, and his color went away, he was very weak, and he came back to his health, and then Bhavananda walked in one morning, he said, "Prabhupada, you're looking so healthy." Prabhupada said, "Yes, I've got back my reddish gold color." Bhavan said, "Yes," and Prabhupada said, "This is my color in the spiritual sky." And then Prabhupada went, Bhavananda wanted to ask the question, so then who are you? But we're not supposed to think of our spiritual master. We think of him as our guru, our spiritual preceptor in this world who's delivering us back to Godhead. We don't speculate what is our rasa with Krishna or who is it. That Prabhupada said, "Yeah, this is my color in the spiritual world, reddish gold." But if he told us, we would faint. But because he was the chosen one, right? Gaur-Govinda Maharaj said there's 2 types of personalities who come from the spiritual sky. Those like Jesus, who come of their own accord, and those who get a personal instruction from the Lord to come. And Prabhupada got that personal instruction, didn't he? Bhavananda also shared that information. He was sitting with Prabhupada. Prabhupada said, "I didn't want to come to this nasty place." They were sitting in some, office somewhere. And Bhavananda said, "I'm so sorry, Prabhupada, we brought you here to this office." "No, I do not want to come to this nasty place, this material world. But Krishna told me, you go down there and you preach Krishna consciousness, I'll arrange everything for you." So 2 types of souls come. So in one sense, because he was the chosen personality to carry on and recognized by his godbrothers as Shakta-Vishavatar, really it's no surprise what he did. And he's continuing to do, and he will do for the next 10,000 years. Therefore, Narottam Das Thakur's song, which Vaisheshika Prabhu sang so nicely, with so much devotion, Ebeyash Guksha Tribhuvana. Therefore, Prabhupada is known throughout the 3 worlds. The Sankirtan movement is not only going on this earth planet, it's throughout the universe. So great souls, they're aware of Prabhupada's service. The demigods, they travel interplanetary, intergalactic. It's not difficult for them. So the word is spread. In the earlier days, not many people knew about Prabhupada. Now we have internet and, WhatsApp and iPhones, so just as Prabhupada wanted to make Krishna famous, in order to make Krishna famous, we as his followers must make Prabhupada famous. Utilize the science and technology. And who would not marvel at his service? Bhaktivinoda Thakur describes that a devotee's greatness is seen in how many others he makes Krishna conscious. So a devotee is like a touchstone like that. So, in conclusion, we're all part of a very historic movement. It's difficult for us to maybe appreciate or understand that now, because we're in this little center. Not in San Jose. We're in Mountain View. I caught that. We're in Mountain View. We may not see Just like a soldier's on a battlefield and he's fighting in one little tiny place. He can't see the whole picture, the whole battlefield. That's why in olden days, when there were battles throughout Europe, they would always choose, the opposing sides would choose a flat plain where the battle could take place, but there would have to be some hills, a hilly area. They didn't just fight. It wasn't they just came together and fought. It was all planned out, weeks or months in advance. They would agree where to fight. And they would pick an area where there were some high regions so the generals could sit on top on their horses and direct the troops or lieutenants down below. They could see. So we're like the foot soldiers, you know, we're going out there and doing books of distribution, doing festivals and Namhada and things. So we may not see the whole picture. Neither can a soldier understand the implications of winning or losing a battle. Some battles have actually changed history. When the Muslims, with all due respect, were coming into Europe, there was a Polish general who actually came down with the Polish troops united with the Hungarians and stopped the Muslim invasion into Europe. I think it was in the 1700s or something. He's given credit. One battle decided the fate of Europe for hundreds and hundreds of years to come. So we may not be able to see how powerful this movement is and what historic implications it has, how it will change the course of the world. One time in London, I heard Prabhupada say in his room, he said, if only 1% of the world became Krishna conscious, everything would change. And as I've said many times, Prabhupada also told Guru Das that this movement, this Hare Krishna, the scholars will note one day how this Hare Krishna movement saved the world in its darkest hour. So we're fortunate, we're privileged, we're blessed to be serving in this movement. Everyone has a different service. That's what makes up the complete success of this movement. Some are cooks, some are drivers, some are managers, some are Sankirtan devotees, some are spiritual masters. It's all seva to Prabhupada. My godbrother Burijan, he wrote a book called My Glorious Master. And by serving Srila Prabhupada, we become the glorious servants. And that's as high as we want to go. We're eternally, Jivera Swapoya Nityara Krishna Das, we're all eternal servants of the Lord. We don't want to become more than that. We can't become more than that. We don't want to become more than that. We're very happy to be the servant. The glorious servant of the glorious master. One time Prabhupada was walking on the beach, you remember, and there's the dogs, they're scruffy, dirty dogs, and fighting over scraps of food. And then some elite, wealthy Bombay businessman came out with this big, fat, fluffy, white Western dog on a leash. Right. This was some years ago. It was really a surprise. Even today you see it like, you're kidding me. In Mumbai you see them walking 3 or 4 dogs. Like, really? So Prabhupada pointed to the scraggly dogs, and he pointed to the white dog, and he said, what's the difference? And the devotees, I don't know. Prabhupada said, oh, they're all scraggly, unhappy, skinny dogs because they don't have a master. And this dog over here, he's on the leash. He's all big and fat and fluffy because he has a master. So we're the servants. We don't want to be the master. We don't want to be God. We don't want to become the sugar. We want to taste the sugar. So, and because of our benevolent master, we have so much. Just like the verse you chanted after the Guru Puja. We have so much. Sometimes we get into this frame of mind where we lament what we don't have. Better we sit down and meditate on what we do have. And what do we have? I bow down to the beautiful lotus feet of my spiritual master, by whose mercy I have obtained the supreme holy name. I mean, if nothing else, everything comes, the holy name, the divine mantra, Gayatri, the service of the son of Sachi Mata on El Camino Street, distributing books, the association of Srila Swarup Damodar Goswami, Rupa Goswami, his elder brother Swarup Goswami, Giriraj Swami, Vaisheshika Prabhu, Maharaj, the supreme abode of Mathura, the blissful abode of Vrindavan, the divine Radha Kund and Govardhan Hill, and the desire within my heart for the loving service of Shishi Radharasika Rai. We can never repay our spiritual master for these gifts. Right? Even one of them is priceless. I often say my beads here. Prabhupada didn't chant on these beads, but he touched them. You know those cheap little beads you get in Loy Bazaar? The white ones? These were little white ones. And now they're dark amber color, and they're shiny like glass. Right? Why? Because I polish them every day? No. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. You see? This is my most valuable possession. I often tell the devotees, before I die, I want to be Babaji. I don't want to have anything, nothing. I don't want to take any risks that, like I'll be attached to something when I die. I want to give away everything I have and just sit in a room in Mayapur, Vrindavan with a loincloth and my mala. I don't think that will happen. Shivaram said, you're not going to do that. We're not going to let you do that. You'll probably die on, somewhere in Mongolia, doing kirtan or something. But this is my most valuable possession. And if you offered me $1 million, I wouldn't give. Try. Because if you try, that means you've got $1 million, you're willing to give it away. You give it to Vishwaka. Prabhu. So although we can't pay the debt back, and we have a big debt, we have to try. And I was thinking that if I was a new devotee, at this point in history, I couldn't think of a better temple to join than this temple. And although I'm here with my disciples, you're my disciples, and that, but if I was a new devotee, I couldn't think of a better spiritual master to take initiation from than Vishwaka Prabhu. And I just want to say something very personal to you, Vash, that there was a time a few years ago where devotees were encouraging you to take sannyas. Remember we were discussing that? You should take sannyas. And you weren't, you were hesitant because, you were so engaged and so forth and so on, and, the glory would be there or whatever. But thank the Lord you didn't, because, you and your wife, that team is as good as any 10 sannyasis preaching. We were doing initiation together down at the Sadhusanga retreat in North Carolina, myself, Satyananda Swami, and Vyasa. But when I was, me and Satyananda were taking our beads and giving the name. And I looked over and, Vyasa is sitting there, and Mother Nirkula, she's there right next to him. And she's got all the names on the paper, she's got the beads, she's reminding him who's coming up, what he's going to say, and he has a little card he reads, she hands him the card. I was thinking, this is the perfect combination of husband and wife, and working together so nicely. So once again, thank you to everyone present today. Thank you for giving me, raising the bar, and giving me something to try to achieve, to become a better disciple of my spiritual master. And as one offers all the results of one's service to one's spiritual master, I offer all of you, my disciples, the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, and this assures you're going back home, back to Godhead. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki Madan Mohan Ji ki, Bhagwan Singh Deva ki, Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki, Kuk Prem Dan Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki, Gaur Premanande!
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Srila Gurudev, for such an inspiring class on Srila Prabhupada and glorifying His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu and Mother Nirakula. We can never do that enough. And so now we will have Guru Puja for His Holiness Indradyumna Maharaj. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, it says, Aradhanam Sarvesham Vishnur Aradhanam Param Tasmat Parataram Devi Tadiyanam Samarchanam. Lord Shiva told Goddess Durga, My dear Devi, although the Vedas recommend worship of demigods, the worship of Lord Vishnu is topmost. However, above the worship of Lord Vishnu is the rendering of service to Vaishnavas who are related to Lord Vishnu. So, in the spirit of this verse, we'll offer Guru Puja to His Holiness Indradyumna Maharaj. So, there is a process here we want to follow. Not right now, but after I complete the announcement, take your seats and you can put them away and then you can form a line. Oh, Maharaj wants to speak something before that. 1 second.
I have one more present for my disciples. That's for everyone, I guess. This is a beautiful verse from the Harinam Chintamani, which I wrote on my Facebook page. Each and every morning before I begin my japa, I chant the above verses as a prayer. It helps me to appreciate my good fortune in being initiated into the chanting of the holy names of Lord Krishna. I recommend you do the same. And this is the prayer that I recite every morning. The holy name. I'll read it. I was just looking at Vice for some inspiration. The holy name is the purest form of knowledge. It is the best of all vratas or vows and the highest meditation. It gives the most auspicious fruits. It is the greatest renunciation. It is a matchless spiritual activity. It is the most pious of holy works. It is the supreme path of self-realization. It offers the greatest liberation and goal. It is the topmost destination. It is the best devotional service and the most purifying agent. It gives love of Godhead and is the essence of remembrance of the Lord. It is the cause of all causes, the supreme absolute truth. It is the most worshipable object and acts as the supreme guide and spiritual master. So I'm giving you that quote. And I'm giving you also this little stand, this cute little stand. You just go like this. It's just too cool.
So,
I know these cookies are really good because I woke up last night at 12:30 at night and I was hungry. So I went down to the kitchen and somebody had left 2 cookies on the kitchen table, just like this, and I devoured them. And they were really good with a glass of cold milk. And now I see they're the exact same cookies. Yeah. I guess you were testing them out.
Thank you, Srila Gurudev. So, we'll offer Guru Puja now. And we have chosen Hansapriya Mataji to lead the Aarti. It's just like Krishna was honored in the Rajasuya Agriface as a chief dignitary. So Hansapriya Mataji has been actually arranging everything here, especially since Rasikandi were busy with the Sadhu Sangha. And this festival wouldn't happen without her support here. And she didn't even come to Sadhu Sangha. Part of that is to make these arrangements. And she was assisted by Ramrati Prabhu and Kamalashri Mataji, who are also the backbone of all the services that you see here, and assisted by so many of the visiting and the local devotees, too numerous to mention. And we really thank you from the bottom of our hearts to making this wonderful event possible. And it really feels to be so special at ISV here. So now Hansa Prema Mataji will do the Aarti, and while the Aarti is going on, devotees can form a line and offer these flower petals to Maharaj, and then receive the return gift, and then make a line out that way. Don't come back this way, so that there's no choking here. Yes, if you have any gifts, you can give at this time. That's better.
Nasa mababa. Yeah, follow him.
You should water that drum before.
Samsarada vanalidhaloka Tranayakarunya Ganaganatva Praptasya Kalyana Gunanavasa Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Bhaktasya Kalana Gunanavasa Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Mahaprabhu ki tana nitya gita vaditra madhyan manasarasena Mahaprabhu ki tana nitya gita vaditra madhyan manasarasena Romanchakam Pashutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Romanchakam Pashutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Shri Vigraharadhana Nityanana Shringaratan Majanada
Hara Dhananityanamna Shingaratan Mandiramajanado Yuktasya bhakta Shaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Yuktasya bhakta Shaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Chaturvidashi Bhagavat Prasado Swadvana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangan Chaturvidashi Bhagavat Prasado Swadvana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangan Kritvaiva Triptin Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Kritvaiva Triptin Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Shri Radhika Madhavayara Paru Madhuya Leela Guna Rupa Namna Shri Radhika Madhavayara Paru Madhuya Leela Guna Rupa Namna Pratikshana Swadana Lolupasa Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Pratikshana Swadana Lolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Nikunjayona Rati Kelisidya Rayaliviyu Tirapekshaniya Nikunjayona Rati Kelisidya ಯಾಹ್ಯಾಲಿವಿಯು ತೀರಪೇಕ್ಷಣೀಯ तत्रातिताक्ष दतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द तत्रातिताक्ष दतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द साक्षाधरिद्वेना समस्त शास्त्र उक्तस्ततावाव्यत एव सात्वी साक्षाधरिद्वेना समस्त शास्त्र उक्तस्ततावाव्यत एव सात्वी किन्तु प्रभोय प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द किन्तु प्रभोय प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसादो यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसादो यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि ध्यायन्तु वंस्तस्य यशस्ति सान्यं वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द ध्यायन्तु वंस्तस्य यशस्ति सान्यं वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द ध्यायन्तु वंस्तस्य यशस्ति सान्ध्यं वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
We are done. This is the cake cutting. You can wrap it in like 2 minutes.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nit Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Jai Jai Gaura Premanande.
Hare Krishna to you, Hare Krishna to you, Hare Krishna dear Indradyumna Maharaj, Hare Krishna to you. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Jai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jai Gaura Premanande, Srila Indradyumna Parvajakacharya ki jai. Go Premanande. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Sharirat Vijaja Jotendriya Tahika Jibe Pele Bishaya Shagare Ti Loba Moisudunmati Take Jeta Katita Shangshare Krishna Borodoya Moy Gori Bare Chihwajai Swaprasad Annadilo Bahai Shayanamrita Pao Radha Krishna Gunagao Preme Dako Shri Chaitanya Nitai Preme Dako Shri Chaitanya Nitai Mahaprasade Govinde Nam Brahmari Vaishnave Swapapurvatam Rajan Vishwasona Vijay Prasade Sarvatukanam Hanirasyo Pujayate Prasanna Chetaso Yashu Buddhi Parya Vatishtate Bhagavat Shri Mahaprasade Ki Go Premanande Nigola Haribo, 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 Thai Gola Haribo. Can I say it? Can I say it? Please come take prasadam. Oh.